And welcome to our second annual Suncoast Gridiron Media Day. I'm John Massoni with the 941 Sports Zone, and today we're going to have 12 different teams from our area come by with their coaches and their players to talk about their upcoming season, talk a little bit about last year's season as well, and get to introduce yourself some of the local talent as far as high school football is here in the Suncoast area from Charlotte, Sarasota, and Manatee counties. Shortly, we'll get started with our first team, which will be the Port Charlotte Pirates. What we'll do is we'll take a quick break, get everybody set up and started, and we'll start talking about the Port Charlotte Pirates right after these few moments of break. I was going to say commercials, but this break real quick. We'll be right back here at our host, Carroll Buick GMC. I want to thank them for doing all this for us as well. So we'll be talking about a lot about them during the day as well. Be back here shortly. the Suncoast Gridiron Media Day. John Massoni here with my co-host, James Hill. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you.
Great.
Glad you could make it, man.
This is awesome.
Absolutely. And our first team today, Port Charlotte Pirates. Coach Jordan Ingman, can you introduce your players for us?
Yeah, we got Ben Davis here. He'll be a 3-year starter for us at center. And I always try to bring an offensive lineman to one of these things.
There you go.
Okay, and then Jalen Henry, who's plays H-back for us. He's like a Swiss Army knife. He's, receiver in the box, out of the box, and does a lot for us. Both great kids. They're both going to be seniors. So both are here representing us today.
Absolutely great, guys. Coach, I got a couple questions for you first, and James, you hop in there whenever you're ready. The change of classifications went from the suburban to the metro. Now we're back to the old way of doing things, which is the 6A, 7A, 8. Do you prefer, or you have any opinion on the switch, or where it was before and how it is now?
I think competitive balance is something that needs to be looked at. The way they had it, the state championship games were the closest they've ever been.
Yeah.
And I think that was the goal. So I think this run needs to be analyzed before you can make any determination.
Right.
Because I'm a big numbers guy. And the whole reason they switched 2 years ago was to try to create competitive balance. And it sounds like they accomplished that with the model they had. So if we still have very competitive state championships and competitive balance, then it's great. But if you have, like it used to be, where state championships won by 40, 50 points by one team, then I don't know if that's the model that everybody's chasing. So I think you have to let this thing run its course before you can make that determining factor.
Gotcha. James?
Coach, this region has a whole lot of talented players and coaches and programs. Just give us a flavor of what your expectations this season are and just the thought process going in.
I think I saw that a top 50 came out, and I think there was 4 or 5 teams that would play on that top 50 in the state, and that's a credit to our region.
Yeah.
You hit the nail on the head. There's a lot of good programs, a lot of good players, a lot of good coaches. I think football is very serious. I mean, you look at this, what you guys have set up, this isn't something that's normal. But in our region it is, because football is a big deal.
Right.
And I think that matriculates down to the programs on how serious the programs take football, which puts a better product on the field.
I totally agree. And I said I was going to actually comment on your schedule. You definitely have, if not the hardest, one of the hardest schedules in the area. Are you looking to have the competitive that competition be raised up so you can have those longer runs or better runs maybe into the playoffs?
So last year, these schedules are done in advance pretty far traditionally. Yeah. So last year we had our schedule, when we had done it 3 years earlier, had, I think it was 8 teams that had been on in the playoffs in the 2-year cycle before. Right. And there was some drop-off in some of them, and I didn't feel like when we got to the second round we were as prepared as we should have been. Okay. So we definitely tried to schedule a lot tougher to make sure that our guys were prepared when they got to the second round. The other factor is we've got a lot of guys that have aspirations of playing in college.
Sure.
And you want to give them the opportunity to play against really good players, which furthers their skills and their development as well. So it was a two-pronged approach on why we definitely tried to schedule tougher and challenge our guys. And as coaches, we need to be challenged too. If you're in a running clock situation, you're not being pushed as a coach as well. So we wanted to be pushed as a staff. We wanted to be pushed as players, and we just felt like it was the right thing to do and time to make that jump.
Gotcha. James?
Coach, your community and the fans and the people who are around the program, supporting the program, just talk a little bit about them backing you guys, and I'm sure they're looking forward. They can't wait to see you guys play on Fridays.
We are a unique situation. I hear of all the transferring and I was on the phone with a friend that's been coaching high school football for over 35 years yesterday, and he was talking about how, players that he deals with don't care anymore, and there's so many external factors that they're focused on. And I said, Coach, I'm sorry to hear that, but that's not our town and our situation. We have a tremendous Pop Warner program where every single level is at max capacity with a waiting list. Those folks support our high school. It's really a small town feel. We have a rivalry divided by a river. We're geographically isolated a little bit. We don't have a million schools in a small geographic area like you're starting to see. So we are very thankful and blessed to have tremendous community support, small town feel, packed houses on Friday nights. And the guys that we see come up as 6 years old, we see them graduate in our high school.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I told a story the other night. I was speaking at our Pop Warner parent meeting, and I talked about how Ed Guerriere, who dominated the Pop Warner fields, he became our all-time leading rusher in school history. Mm-hmm. We watched him play from the time he was 6 years old to the time he was 18 years old. And that's very rewarding because you want it to be relationship-based, not transactional-based, as sometimes the game is going in that direction. You want it to be about development and relationships, and our community is tremendous to get the opportunity to coach in.
So, Coach, I'll ask you a question. Summer workouts are probably just now coming to an end. Mm-hmm. I know it's not just conditioning, it's team building as well. I'll ask the guys. That microphone right there, guys, you can pick it up, either one of you guys. How do you feel after coming out of summer workouts? You've probably, again, you know you probably had a tough run of it. Mm-hmm. Do you feel like it built the team, a better team building situation, but physically? How do you guys feel coming out of summer?
Well, once again, you go back to the data, and we knew we had a tough schedule. It had to be a tough summer, but we've always had tough summers. Yeah. We believe that the team's made by the time you get to August. So we had 12 guys in our 1,000-pound total club, which is a record for us, which is bench, squat, clean combined, 1 rep max. And we had more guys pass our conditioning test than we've ever had. And that's a good sign. But like I told the team when we broke, they got 3 days off before we started camp. Just because we've worked really hard, that doesn't mean we're entitled to success. Mm-hmm. That means that we've put ourselves in position to be successful, but there's a lot more work left to be done before we can actually achieve success.
Guys, jump in. How do you feel about after summer workouts? How you guys feel going with the season?
I feel like we're looking pretty good. I mean, our summer, it's really hard, so you really got to come together and use each other to almost get through it. So I feel like team-wise and just being around our guys, we're really good right now.
Yeah, it's unique for you guys because you have the Florida being as hot as it is, and it's a tough workout no matter what. And then you're building yourselves up to be football players, and that's a difficult process. How about yourself? What'd you get out of football summer camp this year?
Yeah, I feel like every summer our team always comes together a lot closer because we really got to rely on each other and push each other through making it through the workout, making it through the lift, and just coming together as one.
That's great. That's great, James.
The weightlifting, the conditioning, and just the camaraderie. Talk a little bit about that part of it as you guys move forward into actually getting out on the field and doing more coming up.
Yeah, so I would say our conditioning and our weightlifting program is probably one of the hardest ones to get through. So when we talk about really using each other to get through it, you really got to push each other and stay on your guys, get them there every day just to keep getting better. And I feel like it really just transitions to the field because you just continue to just push each other to get better every week to get to where you want to be.
And how did you enjoy the summer workouts?
They definitely helped us a lot, and they're definitely going to set us up for a really good season this year.
All right, so Coach, season coming up, some big games on your schedule. Anyone in particular? I know district games are always the most important because you got to get that playoff run. But anyone you're looking forward to more than any other ones?
You know, there's a lot of them, but I'm going to give you an answer you don't want is the next one.
Right. I understand that.
And,
I understand that.
Part of what we do as a staff is an evaluation process is, what guys are going to be able to sustain for 15 weeks, and get better each week. So there's a lot. I mean, there's landmines all over that deal. I mean, there's great players. We're going to see 5-star kids, which is great. We're going to see great coaching staffs. We're going to see programs that have played for state titles, regional titles. Just in our district, 3 of us finished in the top 4 in the region. We're in the same district. So just to get out of our district, we're going to have to be regional championship level just to get out of our district. So we got to stay focused on each week.
Yeah, district South Fort Myers, Dunbar, and Naples, and those are teams that have been performed high in the past years. So definitely a challenging schedule altogether. Again, football Friday nights. It's a big deal. You mentioned about your hometown feel to everything. how do you again keep that momentum going year after year, as far as not just from the kids but from the community? I mean, I know a lot of this has something to do with it, being available and everything else. But as a coach, how much more is off the field than is it on the field these days?
Well, every year we look at everything from top to bottom, and we evaluate from A to Z. Like last year, at the end of the regular season, we led the state in scoring. Well, that doesn't mean that we just said we got this offensive thing figured out. We tore it all the way down to the nuts and bolts and started back over and said, well, what can we do better? And that's in every facet of the program. And, to keep things going, I think you have to be authentic. I think kids are smart. They know if you're fake. They know if you're not prepared. Same with parents and same with community members. So you're not always going to make the right decisions, but if you make the best decisions you can for each player and each community member or each kid on the team, I think that's how you got to do it. You can't be fake. You got to be authentic. And the more you get the opportunity to have those authentic conversations with people, I think that's how you try to continue to build and grow.
Absolutely. James?
Coach, in college it's referred to as the transfer portal, right? In high school, growing up, that traditional model was you lived in a certain area and everyone went through that Pop Warner program, that high school team. To get to varsity, that was the funnel. But now it's a different situation. Talk a little bit about how that works and what that looks like.
We've been blessed. We've been really kind of, we've had very little movement compared to a lot of people. We've had some transfers, there's no doubt. But like last night I was at the Pop Warner meeting, the Pop Warner president talked about how 42 of our 60 players on the varsity last year were from our Pop Warner program. And as hard as the guys work, we don't have a lot of guys signing up for that. We've actually had 3 kids transfer to us and turn around and leave because it was just hard, So we don't get as much movement as you see in a lot of areas because what they go through is not easy. And I think that has deterred a lot of the movement in our area. And then I think we've been blessed to not have a lot of movement out because I get to work with some tremendous people. We now have 21 coaches on staff, and all of those guys are relationship built. Like, the kids were off the last 3 days, and our offensive line coach, Coach Hickson, took Ben and 2 of his other seniors fishing, and there's those kids eat in our house, and they're not just players to us. They're part of our families. Our wives know them. Our kids know them. Like, one of my favorite pictures I've got in the last 13 years is we won the district title at Braden River 2 years ago, and Ed Guerriere and Jamal Streeter are holding my little girl, So we've been kind of isolated. I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but with the distance our schools are apart and hopefully how we do things, we've been able to hold on to our guys, and we coach usually the guys that are freshmen, and a lot of them, they graduate with us, and we hope to continue that trend. It's getting harder. You got more people plucking at the guys and filling them full of all these thoughts, and you got all these voices. So hopefully we continue down the same track we've been the last 13 years.
Perfect segue for you guys. A question for you guys right now. Goals. I know you got team goals. I know you have got some individual goals. Can you tell me what you're looking for the season for you guys individually and team oriented?
I'll start with the team. I mean, as a team, you don't want to lose.
Right.
I hate losing. So obviously the goal is states, and I mean, obviously the size that I'm at, an individual goal in football. I mean, like the next level. Right now, it's not really like realistic, but like I really just use it because it's like it's my happy place. I've been playing since I was 5.
And the team building is that's friendships. Like your coach is saying, these things last forever. Especially when you go through a lot of the work together and you get to know each other as people. It's a great situation how you build not just as a football player but as a person, and you do it with friends and a family at some point in time.
Yeah, and I've known most of like the guys that we played with since I was 5. It's like the same guys coming up and playing with. So like it's really like no different than just playing when you were 5 again.
Yeah. Goals.
Team goals, we want to win, but we also want to have fun and compete with every team we play. Personally, just make it to the next level and continue to have a good career inside and outside of football.
Great. That's great. It's a great answer. Well, guys, we do appreciate you coming by, being our first guest of the day. A little early, but not too bad.
No, sun came up 3 hours,
yeah,
4 hours ago.
No doubt.
Not early. Hey, we appreciate y'all.
No,
I mean, giving
thank
our
you very
guys
much.
opportunity to talk, and it brings a level of professionalism to high school football. We're very grateful. There was a lot of work that went on to make this happen.
Yeah,
so,
we do
thank
appreciate
you.
that. Yes, we do. It's fun. We enjoy it, and of course, if you guys get something out of it, that's the goal for sure.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you, Coach. Port Charlotte Pirates. With that, we will take a quick break and come back with our next guest, Oda Thunder. Here at Carroll Buick GMC, and our next guest today is the Oda Thunder with Coach Rob Holloway. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you from last year.
Yep.
I'm going to let James take the first question for you guys. Go ahead, James.
Coach, great to see you guys, and congratulations on all of your success. Last season you talked about the culture, the baseball players who quality student athletes, the football players, quality student athletes. It worked. Tell us what happened and how you guys got to the top of the mountain.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I'm very excited to be here today. Thank you for hosting this great event and highlighting our kids. Last year the team was good because these guys committed to putting in the work. And I have 3 exceptional student athletes here today. All 3 of them have offers and are going to play at the next level. And fortunately at ODA, I work at a great school where we prioritize academics. And so not only are these kids great athletes, but they're also great in the classroom, which I think is super important, that we're preparing these kids for life after football. And these 3 guys went through some tough seasons and now have reaped the rewards of hard work. In the last 2 years, these guys are 15-6, which includes an SSAA championship. And like I keep saying, the reason these guys are good is because they've committed to being good and putting the work in the classroom. And we have a running back down there that ran for over 1,000 yards and 9 touchdowns in the playoffs. So when you got a kid like that and a 6'3", 300 pulling guard that'll clear the way for him and a lockdown defensive back, it makes my job a lot easier. So that's kind of a little overview on how we got to where we're at today.
Guys, if you would, introduce yourselves, position, and say it nice and loud so we can hear you.
My name is Mark Palminos. I play guard on both sides.
I'm Frankie Clark. I play DB and slot wide receiver.
I'm Alan Clark, and I play running back and linebacker.
So all 3 of these guys were SSAA selections. Marvin is a 2-time first team all area offensive lineman. Frankie is our lockdown DB, holds all of our all-time interception records. And then Alan Clark, who's a junior, they're brothers. Frankie and Alan are brothers, which is pretty dang cool that they get to play together.
Absolutely.
And Alan is our running back, who everybody knows. Just watch our tape. Alan's our all-time leading rusher, all-time leading TDs, and so we got a bunch of, arguably the best players in ODA football history.
Coach, coming off a great season like last year, goals are the same. They're lofty. You got all the things set. Preparation for something like that. It's probably new to be the guy, to be the champion. How are you prepping for this year with what happened last year and the goals ahead?
Well, I feel like the tone has certainly changed. Now I feel like we have a target on our back, which we like.
Yeah.
And those guys have been preparing all season, knowing that we're going to be the biggest game on everybody's schedule.
Mm-hmm.
And then as far as putting in work goes, we had a pretty cool off season. We had about 12 7-on-7 games. And then all three of these guys went to Miami of Ohio and Oxford, Ohio for the Ivy League Mega Camp and hit the summer camp trail. I think Frankie and Marvin and Alan probably did 5, 6, 7, 8 summer camps where they're trying to get college interest. And so I don't know if these guys have had a day off all summer. And so that's the way we're approaching this season, that the only thing tougher than winning a championship is winning 2 in a row, and that's the expectation.
There you go, James.
Coach, your environment in your school gives them something they can use for the rest of their lives. Talk a little bit about, again, coming back this year and really putting a product out there that you guys can be proud of.
Well, listen, I think ODA is the Harvard of Sarasota and Manatee County. I mean, the way these kids are challenged in the classroom, there's no place like it. I have 2 kids that go to the school, and I've said it since the day I arrived at ODA. I'll stay as long as they'll have me. And so when you're in a culture with administration that challenges the kids in the classroom and athletically and gives us the tools, resources, and facilities to be successful, I mean, I tell these guys every single day, who's got it better than us? And I don't feel like the answer is anybody. And so I think those guys are grateful for what we have, and that's the approach we take, is that we understand that the opportunity we've been given is a 1% opportunity, and I know that the guys that are on our team take advantage of that opportunity.
No doubt. Guys, talking about the academic side of things, how much does the discipline from the football side help you in the classrooms? I'll let you all answer that question one at a time, but does that help a lot as far as your discipline going into the classroom?
Yes, it definitely helps us because, like, in practice, we're on our track, and then we want to stay the same in school, maintain high grades, so we don't have any trouble on the academic field and on the game field.
So one cool thing about Marvin, I just really want to praise Marvin, is, like I said, he's first team SSA 2 years in a row, so he'd be a 3-year player, assuming things go the way I hope they'll go. And Marvin also has a 4.3 GPA, absolute top of the class. So when Marvin looks at the college decision, he's got a lot of doors that have opened to him, and some really highly selective opportunities. So it'll be cool to see where Marvin ends up.
Absolutely.
A big part of our program is the consistency we have in our football program to improve our players, and I think translating that into the classroom made learning things much easier, and just working on yourself mentally, just like we do in football, helped us improve our academics.
Awesome. And for you?
Well, we're student athletes. Students, it comes first. You gotta do what you gotta do in the classroom before you come out and play football.
But I'll tell you the truth, though, and a lot of times that doesn't resonate with folks. You know what I mean? I think, well, this comes first. They work in unison with each other, and I think that's a big part of what you're saying in particular, that they've got this great environment to flourish not only in the academic field but in the athletic field as well.
No doubt.
James?
Guys, one at a time, what is it like to return this year? You guys are going to be hunted. You guys have what all the other teams want, that trophy. You guys are the state champions, defending state champions. What's it like coming in this year?
That target on our back, it really feels like just an opportunity to prove something. And ODA in the past couple years, we were down, but we put our head down and got up, and we're at the podium now. And with that podium, we have the opportunity to prove who we are, and
That's an excellent answer, by the way. That's a really good answer. Guys, any?
Like I say, I like having the target on my back because for the past years I've been chasing whoever had that target. And now it's like it feels nice to have this leverage that all these teams are going to play. They know you want a state championship, and they're going to be playing harder. But we just have to play with more heart and just go for another championship again.
You know, the other thing is when you have the success we did last year, these guys, like I said, have been 15-6 in the last 2 years. Finding games gets harder and harder. And I feel like we scheduled up this year. You know, obviously we have our 2 really big rivalry games versus St. Stephen's Episcopal and Braden Christian. I mean, those games are red letter games for us, games that everybody knows about. We play for the Headmaster Cup against St. Stephen's, and you know, it's a spirited rival. And then Braden and Christian's our last game of the year. And then we added 2 new opponents who I'm really excited about. Canterbury Fort Myers is another like-minded school who does a really good job in their athletic department. And then we're playing Windermere Prep, which is a school I used to be at. And so I feel like we've really taken the next step in the schedule and the Max Preps rankings, and I'm really excited to see how it shakes out. So scheduled up.
Yeah, and that's great because competition just makes you sharper. You know what I mean? It's one of those things where, you'd like to have a game where you get a little, maybe a night off or whatever, but it's the ones that get you better are the ones that really challenge you. That's a great way to schedule for sure. Guys, also I want to ask you too about not just the season, but again, heard offers for these guys. Obviously, you got plans to go play at the next level. Is you're looking at academic side of thing or athletic? What's your thought pattern in getting for the next level?
Well, definitely, I want to have like a little balance.
Okay.
I like to play at the highest level with the highest academics.
Okay.
Because sometimes football's it's not meant for everybody, like future-wise. So me, I would like to go to school with a good pre-med program, get into the medical field.
There you go.
Another track I would like to follow if football doesn't, if I don't go all the way.
Guys.
I love football, but I understand that at some point that's going to have to stop. And I feel like where I'm going with football is going to give me the opportunity to further my education and become a better man after that.
That's great. And for you?
Yeah, football, I love football, but at some point, so I think you have to balance and football comes to education.
You know, one thing I want to point out, first of all, how proud I am of these guys, listening to them to speak to you. They have come such a long way. Like I said, they all have offers. And what I think is super interesting is going into their senior year, Frankie and Marvin haven't committed yet, and they're betting on themselves to see what happens. And so I only think when we have success this season that more offers are going to come in. And I love to hear that these guys are interested in things other than football because, as we know, long-term,
yeah, when you're saying pre-med, you've got a goal. That's really good. I'm like, and that's things change, whatever. But having some sort of point to go towards, that's ultimately going to keep you on track, no matter what it is.
Yeah, well, and listen, we're going to go as far as these guys will take us. I mean, everybody knows that Allen's going to touch the ball on defense, and he's going to be running behind Marvin. And, hopefully Frankie can lock up their best receiver. And, Frankie helps us a lot on offense, too. He carries the ball, catches the ball. All 3 of these guys don't leave the field.
There you go. James, any last question for you?
Just the fact that you guys know what you want in life. You guys are winners, literally. And that's special, and that's an awesome thing to see.
We'll look forward to seeing you guys on the sideline this year.
No doubt.
Yeah.
All right, that's the Oda Thunder. Coach Rob Holloway. Guys, thanks for being here, and much success, and maybe get 2 in a row. Go out there and get it.
Thanks, guys.
All right, thanks again. That's Oda Thunder. Up next, Lakewood Ranch Mustangs, right after this. and we're back here at the Suncoast Gridiron Kickoff Classic Media Day, and we're here with the Lakewood Ranch Mustangs and Coach Scott Parafusini.
There you go.
Did I say it right?
You did.
Yeah, I see. I didn't get it right in before this though, so I got it right. And Coach, glad to have you back in here this year. Looking forward to I know a new year, new classification, new district. Talk about your district and what you're looking forward to from that, and the rest of your schedule.
Yeah, obviously last year when I got the job, I came in and districts were set and schedule was set. So this is the first year that I've got to kind of tailor the schedule to where I think we are. Our district is what it is. No say in who's in the district.
Right.
Or
You
what
get what
that
you get.
is.
Yeah.
You get what you get. So I think we'll have an exciting district. I think all the teams that are in it are good football teams, and I think it will be a fun district to watch and see how it plays out. So we're excited for the upcoming year. Our guys have worked hard this summer, so we're excited.
You'll probably establish some quick rivalries with the schools being pretty close in proximity to you guys. So
Yeah. So you got Palmetto and Parrish, both Manatee County schools. And then Gateway is quite a trip down to Fort Myers, and then Leonard's fairly close with Ruskin. So it should be a fun little district, and some rivalries will develop, and you got some personal relationships with some of the coaches in the district. So I think it'll be fun.
Good. James?
Coach, putting your stamp on Mustangs football, what are you seeing so far, and what's it been like so far for you?
Yeah, obviously our wins and losses didn't necessarily plan out how we wanted them to go last year. But one thing I can say about our guys is they rise to adversity well. I think we've had a shift in terms of our buy-in, in terms of the processes of what we're trying to accomplish and what we're trying to do. So for me, sitting back, in this summer off season, and watching our guys work and buy in and the stuff that they're doing, the processes that we're going through, I'm excited to see us take that step from year one to year two. And just kind of see the growth of our program. And the day that I got hired, I told the guys there's one way to do things, and it's the right way. And I think that mantra is just beginning to really buy in and trickle down. So I'm excited to see our jump from year one to year two.
Coach, introduce your guys right there. I didn't get a chance to do that. Should have done it first off.
No worries. So we have Wyatt Gattikin, the senior offensive lineman. We have Aiden Ferrante, a senior linebacker. And then we have C.J. McCray, senior running back.
Thanks, guys, for coming here. Real quick question for you guys. Summer workouts just got ended. How did that go, and what's your goals looking forward to towards the season?
I'd say summer workouts went pretty well. Everybody worked hard. I think the goals for the season are just for everybody to keep working hard, practice, lifting, everything. Practice is going to look a little different this year, so everybody just needs to maintain the same intensity that we had this summer. But we should be in for a good season.
Awesome.
I think the summer workouts went great. I think everyone was working hard, and we're all looking forward to the season. There's a lot of people counting us out, so we're going to prove them wrong.
Good.
Yeah, summer workouts were really good. It was a great time to build team chemistry, and we definitely have a big chip on our shoulder, so we're just excited to put all the hard work and go out there.
Coach, probably good to hear that workouts were they came out of it looking like they're ready to go, huh?
Right, yeah. I think you look at attendance from year one to year two, it's taking a jump. I think the leadership in the room from, we graduated a lot of guys last year that were playmakers for us. So one thing I'm proud of is the leadership that we have in the room. Didn't take long to take charge and to develop and to demand things from people to focus us. We have one common goal.
Right.
Our coaching staff, our players, we all have that one common goal. And the one thing I like to tell these guys is a captain is a captain, right? But without the ship, without the crew, a captain can only do so much.
Right.
So these guys have really stepped up, these three in particular and many others have really stepped up to form some leadership and to take it serious and hold people accountable. I'm excited to hear these guys say that, and I hope that, it pays off for us in this upcoming season.
Awesome. James?
Coach, winning games at home. Talk a little bit about how important that is as you build out a good season, winning at home, and then going on the road and getting some. But just talk a little bit about home and taking care of home.
Yeah, so obviously, there's always the mantra of nobody comes to our place and beats us. But one thing I think winning at home does is it creates a positive atmosphere within a school. And I'm a firm believer that a football team shapes the culture of a school, whether it be good or bad. and that doesn't necessarily mean wins and losses at the same point, but wins always help. Everything is easier when you're winning. So winning at home is important to not only gain momentum, to go into the away games when your crowd might be a little bit less, you're a little bit less comfortable, you had to take a long bus ride, whatever the variables might be. But winning at home is important. Winning on the road is important. Winning is important in general, with what we do and what we're trying to do. But, along with winning comes developing young men and making them good fathers and husbands and employees as they graduate and they go on without their life. So that's the stuff we focus on. We focus on winning. We focus on developing. We're big into leadership building. So winning at home is important, but developing young men is important also.
And obviously, you're a second year in. How much you guys probably played football before Coach got there on the team? For a question for all you guys, how much has the culture changed? Have you seen a culture change with everybody as far as goals, establishing your workout process, academics? Talk about that culture change, if it's happened, or how it's happened.
The change has been probably just everything in general with the program has been pretty much the exact opposite. I feel like we're working way harder with Coach P as our coach. We're running a completely different system. Everything is just, more focused on academics and behavior and stuff, probably more so than before. But I think every change that's been made has been for the better.
Good.
Yeah, the environment's definitely really different than it was before he got here. But when he came in, I thought, this guy's going to be good. He's going to be a good coach for us, and I really appreciate what he's done for us, and, yeah, he's just been good for us.
Good.
Yeah, it was definitely a change with Coach West leaving, and, we just didn't know what was going to happen next because we had a lot of our guys leave, and then Coach P was just just give me a chance, just trust the process, and so that's what we did. And I'm really happy that we trusted the process because now we're moving up.
And Coach, like I said, to hear that must make things are heading in the right direction for you.
Right, and I think one of the main things that I try to do when we walk in the door every day is develop a relationship with all of the kids. I got my first coaching job right out of college. I coached for the spring at All Saints Academy, and then I got hired with Coach Byzunes at Bayshore. And I remember it plain as day in the coach's office at Bayshore. It said, players don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And I think that's something that I really stick by and that I live by. I got a good relationship with these guys. I love these guys. I'd do anything for them.
Right.
And I think in turn that gets flipped back to you as a coach if you can continue to do that stuff and to just develop relationships. Football is a game all about relationships.
Sure.
If I can't trust Wyatt to go out and do his job and he can't trust me to do my job, we're not going to get very far together if we're competing against each other. So for me, it's just super important to build relationships and to let these guys know that we care, and not just with them, but with the school and the staff. So it's special, right? I think we have a special group of kids. We've had our fair share of kids leave, and we've had our fair share of kids, do this, that, or the other. But the group that has stayed is a special group, and it's a group that I'm excited to go watch football games play and have an exciting brand of football on the field. We had a great spring, in my opinion. Yeah, our game was a very defensive 7-0 battle.
Sure.
But that doesn't take anything away from the gains that we've made on offense, putting in an entirely new system, completely different than what anybody's done at Lakewood Ranch, in terms of what we're doing. So I'm excited for these guys. These guys have worked hard. They're the ones that put the hard work in and sacrifice a bunch. So I'm just excited for them.
There you go. James?
Coach, rivalries, The Ohio State University, Michigan, Lakers, Celtics, Yankees, Red Sox, Lakewood Ranch, Braden River, rivalries. Fans love them. Just talk a little bit about what that looks like and why that's so special, and
right.
You guys are both here.
No, I mean, I think at any level of football or any sport in general, right, rivalries are a big deal. For me, I'm a Lakewood Ranch guy. I graduated from Lakewood Ranch. My sister went to Lakewood Ranch. My wife went to Lakewood Ranch. So Lakewood Ranch runs through me very strong. I think one thing that was special when I played at Lakewood Ranch was that Braden River game. It was the first game of the season. It was always the most packed game. There was people 3-4 deep along the fences. The stands were crowded. And it was a lot of the guys that I played with in Pop Warner or that I went to middle school with, and then you make that split into high school, and some are going to Lakewood Ranch, some are going to Braden River. And I think an important part of a rivalry game is the games have to be competitive. You know, which you know, with the past several years, some of our games against Braden River and against those guys haven't been competitive. So I think that rivalry has lost a little bit of that touch of what it was, and with some addition of some new schools such as Parrish, I think that will develop into a fun rivalry. But you know, rivalries are important, and we look forward to getting back to competing in those games and earning our right to call it a rivalry. So, you know, rivalries make everything a little bit sweeter. You never know what happens in a rivalry game. So, you know, we're excited.
And rivalries are about community as well. Lakewood Ranch has been, I mean, it's a community now. I mean, that's its own entity. And you know, with back when I was in high school, you know, there was no Lakewood Ranch,
Right.
and now it's there. And over the years, you've watched this sort of this growth of that Lakewood Ranch now is I don't want to call it a brand, but it's established. It's got to be nice to see you being an alumni, seeing how that's sort of forming its own sort of bond and community with the school and everything else.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, one thing about Lakewood Ranch is we're a true community school. We're closed to hardships. We're closed to school choice. Like if you don't live in our district, you don't go to Lakewood Ranch.
Right.
So I think it's important as a community school where our guys in the hallways are the guys that are living in the neighborhoods and walking the streets in the area. You know, it's important for us to support the community to then get the community to support us.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, guys, we appreciate you coming by. Well, good luck for the season. I see with the way you're talking about everything, where you're looking, I think you're going to be on the uprise, and I think you're going to do a real good job this year. And it's a testament to what you've been doing so far these 2 years, Coach.
Yeah, thanks for having us. You know, this is an awesome event. Give some local high schools the opportunity to talk some football and give these guys some airtime. You know, so just Thanks for having us and thanks for putting it on.
We appreciate it. Lakewood Ranch Mustangs and Coach Scott Perfacini. Coach, thanks a lot. With that, next up will be the Braden River Pirates. And here we are back at the Suncoast Gridiron Media Day with our next guest, which is the Braden River Pirates and Coach Josh Grain. Coach, appreciate you being here. Can you hear?
Thank you. Jason. But
I said Josh. I'm sorry. It says Jason. And I put it that.
It's all right.
Sometimes I just should be wearing my glasses instead of looking at things from a distance.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I know that feeling. Without working without my glasses.
There you go. There you go. Coach, if you would, introduce your players.
Yes, sir. This is our senior quarterback, Lucas Despot. Senior wide receiver and corner, Jerron Fields. Junior offensive tackle, defensive tackle, Trevor Dudding-Morrell.
Okay, James, go ahead.
Coach, you have the blueprint, right? USC Trojans, quality human being, hard worker, a winner in life. Tell us the mindset and some of the things you're doing to come into this program, a proud program, and get this team where you want it to go.
Well, certainly overselling me, but I would tell you this. First and foremost, my coaches, myself, and the coaching staff, these are quality young men, hardworking young men, men of good character. Most important thing I've done since I've been at Braden River, surround myself with good people. Our offensive coordinator, DeAndre Simmons, our defensive coordinator, Rick Farmer, done a really good job, as long as myself, and our strength coach, Jordan Borges, of really pouring into the kids and investing into the kids. This is a good group of young men. They're tough, they're hardworking, and they know how to fight through adversity. So more important than anything, as we've come in here and established ourselves, we wanted to make sure that we had established the trust of our young men, and also to eliminate a lot of the outside clutter, and to go with our mantra every day. It's Braden River versus Braden River.
Coach, when you're coming into a program, do you look at what you have and utilize that, or do you use your philosophy and tweak the team to what you want to get done? How do you approach it?
Schematically, you're going to have things that you want to do, but you want to make sure that you have the personnel, and you want to put your student athletes in the best chance to be successful. To use Lucas as an example, he's a drop-back passer, but he also has 4.6 speed, and he's attracting attention of a lot of colleges, so we're going to take advantage of his quickness and run him a little bit.
With that, Coach, I mean, establishing yourself in the first-year situation, how much is it about relationship building as opposed to maybe the new offense, the new defense, that kind of thing? Is it prioritized that way, or do you kind of come in and just hit the ground running from the football side of things?
A little bit of both. From our standpoint, we've been able, and I thought the staff and I have done a good job of meshing both. The number one thing is we want to be consistent with our student athletes. We want to be consistent. So we want to be the same every day. We want to make sure that we're prepared every day when we have the workout regiment and the install schedule, so that it's relationship and rapport building, in addition to making sure that we're technique sound and we have our install in and ready to go, because we're going to be under the lights here in 3 weeks from today.
Yeah, no doubt. James?
Coach, your atmosphere, and I'm sure you've heard about it at Braden River, the game day atmosphere, one of the best. The band's right there. The fans are on top of you. It's a very fun experience for high school football. But how important is it to know that community is behind you and they're right on top of the game?
It's 100%. As an assistant at Booker, we played at Braden River twice. It was a packed house. It was as good an atmosphere as we ever played in. Especially the second time we did, because both teams were pretty good, so it made it even that much better. What we have to do, myself and our staff, but especially myself, make sure that we rally the community around us. There's a lot of transition going on, so a lot of uncertainty. We can't run from that. We understand that, but we have to make sure that we're visible, that we're not just there just to be, okay, we're going to run this play, or we're going to run this front, or this is our practice schedule. We have to immerse ourselves into the community, because like you said, it is a proud tradition. It's a community high school. So the community is definitely involved, and we're immersing ourselves into the community.
Guys, question for you. I've talked to the other players from other teams. Summer workouts just got over. How did you come through with summer workouts, and how do you think it's going to help you moving into the fall season?
For me personally, I thought summer workouts have been really helpful this year with the addition of Jordan, Coach Jordan, as he was talking about. He's by far my favorite strength coach I've ever had. He's really good at what he does. He's actually an Olympic level strength coach.
Okay.
So he's helped the team a lot get on a very prepared level.
For you?
I want to say summer workout has been very good. I feel like it's been a good opportunity to let the team get closer and get to know each other.
Absolutely.
And
that's team building time for you guys. You're in there together. There's no football. There's nothing. It's just you guys getting to know each other and pushing each other to be better, and that's really what it comes down to. How about for yourself?
I think the summer workouts were amazing. I liked how we always pushed ourselves in the weight room and just always got after it every single day.
Fantastic. James.
Hey, guys, the first game coming up, the Classic, how special is that, and why is that important, even though some teams or people are looking to the games behind that? But just talk a little bit about that first game and lining up from scrimmage and why it's important.
So the kickoff classic, I think, is going to be more important this year than it has been the previous years, just because we've had 3 coaches in the past this off season. So I don't think I think everyone's counting Braden River out, but they'll see coming up that we're not counting out.
Definitely. I think that that first game is going to be where we show everybody what we can do and what we are capable of for this upcoming season.
I think the game's crucial because I think it will build our team chemistry and get us like as a team together to fight for the next weeks in the season.
Coach, it's got to make you feel good to hear these guys talking team, right? That's a lot to get. That's the first hurdle, is to make sure you're all together on the same page.
And they've done a great job of that this offseason, thinking about team. But as I told them, I want them to, of course, embrace the team mindset. But they work hard. They deserve to think of themselves from an individual standpoint. Now, Lucas, he's carrying an offer right now. He's looking to raise his stock. Jerron is carrying an offer. He's an excellent player, and we're looking to make sure that he's in position to sign with the good school in January. Trevor is a junior, but really I want him to also think team, but also set himself up for his senior year as well. Because I want, in this day and age of high school football, you love it when your guys are talking team. And you appreciate that, but you also want to make sure that you're focused on, taking their success and helping them build on it as well.
No doubt.
Coach, it's hard to believe. Is time moving fast? Is it like, hey, all of a sudden it's almost time to play some games? What's it like for you guys?
Well, for me, time's moving too slow. It's we've been, this has been a long summer in terms of preparing and making sure that we're good with the program. But we've been doing a lot of talking, a lot of networking and things like that. Right now, it's time to put the pads on and let the pads pop.
No doubt. And Coach, with the district, that they readjust the district, get Manatee in the districts, maybe be a nice rivalry for you guys, district game. So I'm sure you look forward to that one as much as every game on the schedule is a big one, but that's probably one you look at as well.
Certainly, you understand and you respect their tradition, and so you do look forward to playing games like that. That's why you're lifting weights and running the sprints in the summertime. But as the guys said, we're focused on the first game. And more than anything, it's for us, it's Braden River versus Braden River. We're going to take care of ourselves. And, let everybody know what we're about this year.
Well, Coach, we look forward to watching you guys this year. Guys, good luck to you as well. Thank you for being here today. We really do appreciate it. And like I said, best of luck and stay healthy for sure.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Braden River Pirates right there. Thank you guys for coming here. Next up is the Northport Bobcats right after we take this quick break. And we're back here at the Suncoast Gridiron Media Day with our next guest, which is the Northport Bobcats and Coach Garen Belser. Coach, welcome back.
I appreciate you, sir. Thank you for having us again.
No problem. Last year, we talked about your goals, and obviously, I think you probably hit a lot on the head. You were 6-4 last year. Came out with, I'm sure, a lot of positive energy from the season. What are you looking forward to this year?
Doing even better. I mean, we've increased the strength of schedule. The whole plan is to build up to getting back in district play and going against the type of teams that we will see in that kind of environment. We got to start adding more talented teams, a lot more well-coached teams. That way we can get these guys ready to take shots at bigger guys.
No doubt. James?
Coach, to have an opportunity to adjust the schedule, what's that been like for you? And then what's the mindset moving forward? And looks like you got some great talent with you.
Oh, yeah, I invited all of our seniors and unity council members, those that would be able to make it, that think they deserve to come to something like this. It's a great thing you guys do for the kids in the community. In regards to your first question, James, the plan is to eventually build up and get to playing against these district teams, and we're going to do that with the manipulation of schedule. Positives, it allows us that first couple years to play teams that could help us build, and that we're equivalent in talent. But now we're at that point where we built those guys up. They're starting to get used to winning. Now they need to start getting used to winning against teams that got something behind them, so to speak.
The classification, obviously, you says freelance.
Yes, sir.
But with that, I mean, it's giving you the opportunity to say, so now you said you're going to up it. You're going to step it up a little bit and get and go for more challenging schedule. I think for the guys in particular, it's got to be all you seniors. I mean, they've been in the program for I guess all 3 years for you guys. I'm sure to see the build and be a part of that, it's got to be a pretty cool process for everybody.
Well, I think, and I'm sure they could agree, and there's a few guys here that were part of that first freshman class, and they obviously went through some really tough times those first 2 years. We were just getting the program going, but they're finally starting to see the fruits of their labor. Obviously, I wanted to be a little bit farther than where we were, but I think this is the next step to getting back into district play.
Yeah.
Coach, the talent level, you've got some guys who can play. Just talk a little bit about your talent and guys buying in and playing together as a team and looking to earn W's.
Well, I think that was something that was devoid in the first couple of years. We had a few guys that could play. Thankfully, we've had a lot of our guys stay in Northport, and they've committed to the program. We have an excellent weight program. We put a lot of investment in terms of getting as many calories available for them as possible through protein shakes. We cook for them twice a week. I mean, there's so many people I think will contribute quite a bit to us. If we're talking about seniors, highlight one guy, Makai Bernard. He's done a lot for us in his time with us. Joined us about 2 years ago, and he's been fantastic. He sets the example. He's a super high GPA guy, does all the right things. I can't say anything more great about him. He's one of my favorite guys out here. We got a few guys that transferred in that I expect to do quite a bit for us as well. I could be up here for half an hour if you let me. But I'm very excited about them all, and I just hope that they're willing to put the time in, because it's not going to be easy. And it's a much more difficult schedule. All the teams that you'll see are recognizable, not some random from 2.5 hours north.
I checked it out, and you're right. It looked like a normal schedule with the district.
Yeah, well, not quite. We're missing people on there that I expect by next year I'd love to take a shot at them.
Good. We talked a little earlier with some of the other schools about community and culture and everything else, and talked to Lakewood Ranch, and I talked about how the community it sort of built itself. Northport is a lot like that. It was sort of like the school was established, and then it seemed like the community came after the school in some ways. You know what I mean? And so you guys are sort of, you're still building that tradition and all those different things. How does a team like these young men, these seniors, rebuilding the program in some way? How much does that permeate through you and the community?
Well, from the personal side of it, just being from the community, growing up here, playing here when
Right.
You know, I want to say when the times were bad for about 23 years, it was pretty consistently bad. But I think most of it comes from the community knowing that we're not just a fleeting thing where, oh, he's here for 2 years and he's on to the next coach, or 1 year and on to the next coach. And
right.
They would have no reason to stay, and I wouldn't have blamed them. I mean, there's a lot of great programs around us that play really good football, and if you're highly talented in this day and age, you deserve the right to go play where you think you're going to get the most exposure. But I think we're giving them an avenue where we're at. We're keeping a lot of those guys home, guys that feel that they need more opportunity, see us as a legitimate option, and I think we just keep doing the right things and keep winning football games. We'll eventually be able to get up to the next step of the ladder.
No doubt. James?
Coach, you brought a lot of gentlemen here today. Can you tell us a little bit about your quarterback and some of your players here?
Yeah, of course. I'll again, I could go on, but I guess I'll work my way down the line with the guys sitting here. I'll start with Gino since you mentioned him. He joined us near the end of the summer last year, and first conversations I had with him were pretty honest. Like, hey, I know you're coming in late. I'm not going to sit here and tell you you're not going to have an opportunity. But you're going to have to work your way to it. And you're going to have to get the respect of these guys and make sure we can trust you. And by game 3, he was starting. No, Nick had the first half. Remember? Yep. Okay. Well, first quarter. But at that point, we brought Gino in, and we thought he performed well enough to take over the role. And thankfully, I think, and I've told him before, he's a magnet kind of quarterback. It's an easy position to be a prima donna and think you're better than those around you that keep you safe and turn your 10-yard passes into 80-yard touchdowns. But, again, I think he does the right things, fantastic in the classroom. I mean, there's a reason he's one of the captains. Closest to my right, Micah Akers, another guy who's been with me since his first year, going into his junior season, was shoved into a starting role as a freshman on a less than average team at the time, and he's flourished. He's an energy guy in the weight room. He gets after it. I love it. Again, high GPA guy, won't let you down in any sort of way. And at the far end, we got 2. Oh, shit, we talked about Mackay. Okay, and I got Isaac Smith. Isaac was actually my first freshman, my first summer that I was here that showed up, and he was not the only one. I've had Corbin since his first year, Aiden, Jaden. Yeah, we got a few guys that are here. But my first year, those are some of those guys that are now seniors. You were here too, but then you disappeared for a little bit. Okay. But yeah, no, it's. I think it's, again, I don't like to treat it like it's a fun house, but I think we find ways when it's appropriate to keep it fun in that, I guess, that fashion. They'd probably disagree because I'm super high strung a lot of the time, and I like to try and keep things in perspective that we're not going to nice guy our way into being competitive against Riverview, Venice, all these teams that have been established and have these winning cultures, It takes time.
And so, guys, I'll ask you a quick question collectively. I'm like, Coach seems like he keeps it real with you guys, right? He's giving you real goals and real stuff and everything else. How much is it getting that real message, keeping you guys motivated and keeping going? I mean, you can somebody can shout it out or just nod your heads, but I mean, it seems to me like he's the kind of guy that you're going to get it straight. You're not going to get anything that's not the truth. Yeah, that's great. I mean, that means a lot. I mean, nowadays, I mean, everybody, I don't care if you're 14 or you're 18 or how old you're in high school, they're much wiser than we were. They know more, they see more. They
think so. They think so. Again, I think that's all to do with the internet and all that information works. But I don't know. I think ultimately it was just these guys focus on what we do. Like in regards to that. I really don't know how to.
No, I know. I'm just saying. I think it's a compliment to say that that you're relatable to what they're saying. Sometimes something comes across and it's not relatable. Sometimes I think you have that sort of quality in that.
Well, I always tell them it's not Disneyland.
Right.
You know what I mean? And all these wishes we make, it's not real. Save it for the movies. Like, you have to be real with yourself. You know, and if you want honest answers, you're gonna get them.
Right.
It's just how it works. And I tell them it's never personal. And it's easy to just say it's never personal, but I think we have good enough relationships where they understand it's not coming from a place of trying to take you down, but we're trying to find somewhere where you can elevate a little bit more.
No doubt. James?
Hey, guys, every Friday night there's an opportunity for you guys coming up this fall. Just talk a little bit about that. First one is the Classic, and some people are overlooking it and then looking at all the other games. But that Classic gives you an opportunity. Just tell us your thoughts going in.
Getting ready for the Kickoff Classic, I mean, it is a preseason game, but we're going to go in there and treat it like it's a real game. We're preparing like no other game or any other game that we need to play. So we think we're going to go in there and win.
That game will definitely use it as a wake-up call because we are missing 2 key players from the instant spring game. So we're still, like Micah said, we're prepare as it's a real game, but we are looking at it as like a real, not just a preseason game, as a real game that will count to our record, and we're going to take it serious as possible.
Yeah, unfortunately I'm one of those players, but I think my teammates will come through and be locked in. I'll be helping other linebackers and running backs as well to prepare for that game, for the 2 games I'll be missing, but I think they'll get through. I will help them throughout the way.
Well, guys, we're looking forward to it. Go ahead.
I think it'll be a good way to start the season. It's a good challenge for us. Just a good way to see where we stand at.
Well, Coach, like I said, we'll actually, with again your schedule, there's a lot of games that are going to be games we're looking forward to see how you're doing. Obviously, your goals are to get to the next step. And I think the way what I'm seeing from this team, these guys, and look in their eyes, and their the way you relate to them, I think you're going to get to your goals in a real short time.
Well, I will strongly agree with you. I'm a strong believer in I like being realistic, but you got to have that sort of unhinged, unyielding belief in something. Whether it's this or some sort of value you really put trust in. But I know we got a lot of seniors that are going to help lead this team. A lot of really talented juniors that you'll see here, and hopefully by the end of this season, getting some high quality offers that they will deserve, because there is Division I talent where we're at, and all it takes is one coach coming down here and really taking it seriously, and then this guy that's going to open up the gates.
There you go.
Because we got dudes down here, man.
I know.
There's
no doubt about it.
They just got to come get them.
No doubt. All right, Coach Garen Belser, Northport Bobcats, good luck to you guys this year. We're following you, looking forward to success for you guys, and good luck with everything you want to do in life.
Appreciate you, fellas. Thank you very
problem.
much.
That's
Thank
the
you very
Northport
much.
Bobcats. Next up, the Venice Indians with Coach John Peacock right after this. And we're back here at the Suncoast Gridiron Media Day with our next guest, the Venice Indians, and Coach John Peacock. And Coach, last year's team got kind of where he wanted to go, I guess you would say, and not quite finished the deal.
Yeah, we fell short. We obviously weren't happy with how it ended and where we ended up. I thought we had a really good team. I thought we were the better team. I think looking back to the year prior, Lakeland probably had the better team than us, but I think last year we were the better team when we just didn't get it done.
Coach, before you get going, introduce your guys right next to you.
All right, we got Anthony Tanica, who's a three-year starter at left tackle for us. Anthony's played in 3 state championship games. Got Eli Jones, who is going to be a 3-year starter for us at defensive tackle. And we got Matt LaCicero, who's a 3-year starter at center for us.
Go ahead, James.
Coach, your brand, your program, and your team is extremely successful. A lot of teams will try to test their game against you. Just talk about playing Venice football and what you think going in.
Yeah, it's a little bit bigger than football and everything we do. I think, it's nice to win, especially when you're in a competitive arena. I think, but at the end of the day, I think our coaches and what we're trying to accomplish is to instill some discipline, teach these guys how to work hard. Life is hard. Life is full of disappointments. And I think at the end of the day, when you're done playing with Venice football, you know how to work hard. You know how to bounce back from disappointment. And you got some discipline instilled. I use a lot of different things to instill discipline, and from keeping your locker straight to keeping the locker room clean to wiping your feet off before you come into the locker room. So it's bigger than football, but at the same time, it is nice to win, and we are. Our main focus isn't just winning, but our main focus is the little things. And I think when you take care of the little things, the big things take care of themselves.
Coach, every year this is a championship level program and team. You guys are playing for states, and those opportunities are there. How do you feel about that? Like, that's the standard.
That's the standard, so it's tough. And, one thing you got to avoid is complacency. For instance, like I said, Anthony's played in 3 state championships. That's all he knows since he's been in high school. He doesn't know anything different than ending up his season playing in a state championship game. So, it definitely is something that is always, you can feel it. I felt it every day this summer. We had a great summer. But you could feel it in the room. You could feel it in the weight room. You could feel it when we're running what we want to accomplish this year. And we don't want to come home a loser this year. So I think they would say the same thing. You could feel it, and it's not always easy. It's hard. Football's hard. It's hard. They got to get up at I don't know what time you guys wake up in the morning to get to practice. 6 o'clock, because we start at 7. If you're not there at 7, you're going to be paying the price. I mean, that's just this discipline. And so these guys in high school that are waking up at 6 o'clock in the summer to go really get busted up every day. And, so I think they sensed it. And so we definitely have some goals in mind, and we definitely know what we need to do to improve. We need to be tougher. I think last year Lakeland was a tougher football team than us, and that's the only reason they beat us. They weren't a better team, but they were able to out-physical us. And when it came down to time, when the game came down the line, like they were just tougher than us. They were able to run the ball, and we weren't.
Guys, I got a question for you. Anybody can answer, or you all can answer if you want to. ODA was on earlier, and they won a state championship, and they were talking about having a target on their back, and they're looking forward to it. You guys have been playing football at Venice High School. You've had a target on your back since day one. You're used to being the sky on the schedule that means the most to beat or to compete against. How do you take that challenge on, and do you enjoy that challenge?
It's a great challenge to have. It means we will get every team we play their best game, and because of that, you have to know every game of every season, whether it's playoffs, whether it doesn't matter who it's coming in. They are coming, and it is their state championship. That's the way we look at it.
Right.
And keeping that intensity through every game, through the regular season and through the playoffs, helps us not only win more games, but get ready for those tougher teams.
No doubt. Eli, that's something?
I mean, yeah, just on that too. It's definitely like the standard. Everyone plays their best game against us, and that definitely helps us deeper in the season. So
yeah, no doubt. He's good. James?
Tanica, you guys will play anybody, anywhere, anytime. I mean, I know it's on Friday nights, but a lot of good programs are coming to see you guys. Just talk a little bit about the season ahead and just going in and getting it done.
Well, we have a great season ahead, and I think that's what makes us super special is that we're not afraid to play anybody. I personally can say I look at it and I intentionally don't research kids. I watch film. I do all this other thing. But it doesn't matter what you're ranked in the state. It doesn't matter what your percentage is. It matters how you played that night on the field when you're playing. And I think that's something that helps us a lot is we have all played some very good talent. And that's our normal because we're used to it, because we can play such great games at such high levels. And that's why we have the ability to succeed throughout the years.
So some Scott's just ended. I know how tough they are for everybody. But, you know, how much now going into your regular practices here shortly, does it help that you have a great defense and a great offense to get each other ready for, you know, you might be the best player you play against is when you practice against. And that's not the way it works.
Definitely. It was very competitive in practice. And, you know, I think this year it was one of the first years where the offensive line and the defensive line have some really, really high-quality players on both sides of the ball, to where it's going to be very competitive in practice and it's going to be very intense in practice. And we only get 1 week to go against each other as far as the physicalness. But I look forward to seeing how we're going to, you know, how Anthony's going to block Charles and, you know, how all that stuff's going to go down. So, and, you know, you got receivers and DBs going against each other. So it is a competitive environment every day.
Yeah. Coach, teams are lining up to play you guys. They want to test what they can do against you. And you guys are going out, playing your schedule. But how good is it to pretty much play these high opponents every week and just play these games out?
Well, I addressed this with the team yesterday. This doesn't matter who we play or where we play or who the opponent is. What we're trying to accomplish is put our best product on the field. And really the competition and the what you're battling is complacency within your team is, you know, it's easy day one. We'll all be excited on Monday. Everyone's going to be excited on Monday to practice. But what is it going to be like 4 weeks from now on Monday? How are they going to approach practice then? So my ultimate goal is to put our best product on the field every Friday night, and that doesn't matter who we play. If we're playing, and I don't want to put names out there, but if we're playing a lower level team, we want to play our best game possible. If we're playing IMG, we want to play our best game possible. It doesn't really matter who we play.
So, Coach, I'm going to ask you a quick question personally for you. I'm looking at my sheet here, and just in our group of teams here, 5 first-year head coaches, okay? This will be your 18th season at Venice High School. Their challenges are building culture, Northport rebuilding the program altogether. What is your challenge compared from year one? What it was year one to year 18? What's the difference in what you did then and now? What do you prioritize?
Oh man, well, first year you got to figure everything out. You know what I mean? You got to figure out your finances. You got to figure out everything. Right now, our culture is at an all-time high, and how I define culture is when a new person walks in our locker room, what's the pressure that person feels to do what's expected? What's the pressure that person feels to do what's expected? Mm-hmm. So if we have a new player walk in our locker room hasn't been with us, is he going to fall in line? Does he feel pressure to fall in line and do what is expected, or is he just going to do whatever he wants to do?
Right.
And I think if you look at our culture like that, it's an all-time high right now. But there's so much that goes into it as a first-year head coach. I luckily had a lot of stuff that was already in place, being on staff with Nick Coleman, and he did a lot of things that were really good that I didn't have to change, and I had to I had to figure out a way to put my spin on things as well.
So, guys, last real quick follow-up for you guys too. You guys were freshmen and sophomores, and now you're seniors and you're going to be leaders. How does it change for you? I mean, you're a young guy, you don't know what's going on. Now you're the guy telling the new guy or the young guy to get their act together in some ways, right?
Honestly, it's a feeling you don't expect. I feel like just yesterday I was just joining the team. Time has absolutely flown by, but it's a great feeling to know that you have the ability to control and lead your team to success and where they want to be.
And expectations, right? You can put the expectations out there. It's like you, Anthony, just go for 4 state championship games in a row, and that's what you expect, and I think that's probably what you pass on to the new guys or the younger guys. James? Guys,
the off-season, summer, the weightlifting, the conditioning, everything you've done to pay the price during that summer in intense heat. Just talk a little bit about that part of it and how that can help you as you guys get ready to play this season.
The best way to describe it is what our offensive line coach said to us. I'd rather it hurt now than later. Everything we do in the summer and the off season hurts. It's not fun. Granted, you are with the people, all your friends and the people you love, but the exercises and the conditioning, it's tough. It's hard to do. But I would rather be tired and worn out now than have the ability to go dominate in a regular season game.
Coach, we just came out of the Metro Suburban classification to the old school, or the old way of doing a 7A, 6A, whatever. Preference to each model, or is it just let's strap it up no matter who it is, and we're going to play our best game? Does that make a difference to you as far as how it's been reclassified again?
No, I mean, the only thing that I've always stood on is I think they should be separating public and private, but other than that, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I guess that was sort of what I heard from a few other coaches. Like that's the sort of I don't want to call it the fib, but it's like there is a difference in certain things and certain ways that things are happening, and they're just sort of trying to find a way not to really admit that that's what's happening in some ways.
State legislation doesn't allow to separate that. That's the problem. So until state legislation changes that, then nothing's going to change.
Quick follow-up too. Big story just came out. The other day. We're now the NIL stuff is now involved in the high school.
Just got ratified yesterday.
Yeah. So that being the case, how much is that going to, as far as the new things you got to worry about, the new burdens or whatever they may be? I know obviously you can't be involved in any of that stuff, but it's going to be in your orbit in some way. How do you approach that situation?
Well, I think luckily, coaches can't be involved in any form or fashion, so it's not on my plate. We just had. I think LeCicero just signed a deal this morning, right after it got ratified for our first NIL deal.
Right.
And I think Winston Watkins has one with Adidas that's gonna happen. But other than that, I think the big thing with NIL is it's not going to be your local businesses. It's going to be bigger businesses with like your 5 stars like Winston Watkins, who is going to sign a deal with Adidas. But I don't see if you're doing it correctly and not bending the rules. I don't see the local Pizza Hut, sponsoring an athlete. I think they would sponsor the school. You can't do both, and that's the issue. So
right.
I think they're, in order to be mutually beneficial to them, their deal would be to sponsor the team, not the player. But you will see some high-profile athletes that get sponsored by big corporations.
And I guess the other question, too, would be, like, your awareness of it has to be somewhat. You have to know, I mean.
Yeah, I got to be up to date on how it works.
Got to be aware, right, but you just can't be involved, if that makes any sense.
We're going to have to educate the players on how it works and what they got to do and make sure that they're not jeopardizing their eligibility. I think that's the main thing, is that we're going to have to educate these guys on how to do it correctly.
And far as that's one more quick follow-up, James. With that, is there anything where now this is going to become sort of misinterpreted by anybody, for that matter, from a parent to an administrator or whoever it may be?
No doubt. There's going to be. It's going to be wild. It's going to be wild.
It's going to be interesting. Yeah, and there's no doubt about it.
There's going to be people that don't read into it and don't know the exact rules that end up breaking the rules and end up jeopardizing the kids' eligibility. That's what's going to hurt. is when you're going to get these overzealous teams with people that have money that want to basically buy a team or buy a player, and then what's going to end up happening is they're going to lose eligibility.
Yeah. James?
Coach, the Suncoast and Southwest Florida has a plethora of talented football players, and a lot of those gentlemen have been fortunate enough to play for Venice. When you look at the listing of players that you've had over the years that have gone on a major Division I and the pictures that you have, share a little bit about those players and some of those names to the audience.
Well, when I got into this business, the main reason I got into this is to help young people get to where they want to be, whether that mean them, taking a job after they're done playing or whether it be playing at the next level. So, we pride ourselves in helping these young men, developing them, first of all, developing them in the weight room and on the football field and in the classroom, and then having them to just have the opportunity to play at the next level. And then we pride ourselves into doing everything we possibly can to help them get there. I'm really excited to watch Damon Wilson this year, who's going to play a lot for Georgia, who played a lot last year as a true freshman. He's 256 pounds now, and I've known Damon since he was, 2 weeks old. So to see him as a grown man and to be playing at that high level, it's exciting to be able to watch him on Saturdays. And we got a bunch of other kids that are on the next level playing on Saturdays. So it is fun after you wake up and break down the film and get ready for your next opponent to turn the TV on and watch your guys that you spend a lot of time with on Saturdays living out their dream. We got two guys at FAU and Platt and Omari Hayes that, I think they're both going to end up starting at wide receiver, and that's pretty cool. So I might want to. I think I want to say they played Georgia or
could be
some. I don't know, but I want to see. I would like to see that.
All right, Coach, we appreciate you guys coming here. It wasn't a long drive for you, but we do appreciate you guys all showing up. Good luck. Obviously, goals ahead of you. I know they're lofty, but obviously attainable. You've been there before, and I'm sure you'll do well to get back there and hopefully cash it in this year, no doubt.
Thanks.
Coach John Peacock and the Venice Indians.
Thank you, guys.
With that, we'll be back with the Sarasota Sailors right after this. And we're back here at the Suncoast Gridiron Media Day, and our next guests are the Sarasota Sailors and the head coach, Amp Campbell. And Coach, first-year head coach at Sarasota. How do you look at the culture and let me start over. How do you start your program? Is it culture first? Is it the stalling offense and defense? What's your priority starting off?
I think first off, the way we came in this spring is just basically trying to establish the program to get it to where we wanted to get it to. The big thing was Wrong One Built in a Day,
Right.
So
Right.
our thing was, brick by brick, win today, and just establish our culture and just trying to get to know the kids and get them to understand the way we want to do things. It has been a tremendous jump from February to now. I think our kids are bought in. They're doing the things that we're asking them to do, and very, very pleased with the success that we had so far since the time that I've arrived on campus.
Gotcha. James?
Coach, the Sarasota High School brand was very successful a while back, and people know that history. And you've been able to have a blueprint and a lot of success on different levels. So everything these gentlemen want, you've been there and done that. All-American, the high school, the college game, the program, so on and so forth. But, again, talk about that short window from February to now. You're instilling things in this program, so when you guys get out there on Fridays, it can be a beautiful thing.
Correct. One of the things I will say, everything that we're doing is the things that I've learned from a player and from a guy that taught me not only the game, but taught me how to manage a game, but also taught me how to coach as well. Everything we're doing is pretty much assembled the way we did things at Michigan State, the way Coach Saban did things at Alabama, the way they did things at the Cleveland Browns with Bill Belichick. So whether it was in New England, where everything is assembled the way he did things. So from the conditioning standpoint, from the weights, from everything, all those things is assembled the way we did things when I was in college. So the way they did things in the NFL. So putting these kids in positions to understand if they go on to the next level to play college football, they will be ready because of the structure that we're doing things now at Sarasota High School will put them in position to be successful.
Guys, introduce yourselves if you could. I've got the microphone right. The other one right there, and position and name and everything. Give it.
Hello, my name's Brian Klingel. I play defensive end, and my number's 8. I'm a senior, class of 25, and I can't wait to start the year.
I'm Nathan Prawley. I'm going into my senior year. I play defense and outside linebacker. I play DN, and I'm number 3.
Lucas Crowley, senior, class 25, playing receiver, and I'm going to be number 2 this year.
My name is Jay Seeks. I'm quarterback, and I'm going into my junior year.
All right. So, guys, got a question for you. Obviously, you were all members of last year's team, I would assume, right? You guys all played last year. Coach Campbell's coming in. What's the first thing you notice as far as, with his ideas and his program he's building? What's the first thing you notice that's going to make you successful this year?
The first thing I noticed is that it's really fast. He came in really fast, hard hitting, got to get going, got to go 100, got to give it your all every day.
Yep.
And you got to be able to maintain yourself throughout the week to be able to keep it going.
It was very disciplined. Like last year and the past couple of years, people could just show up late and do whatever they want, goof off in the locker room during school hours and just do whatever they want. But now this year, when he came in, we couldn't go in the locker room no more without any coaches around. We can't be late or we would have to run. But last year we could be late and we wouldn't have to run. But this year it's just totally different. We way more discipline and everybody's bought in.
Good.
I've noticed that he really pushes us to where we need to be, considering, like you guys said, with background and all the different schools that he's been successful at.
Yep.
He really pushes us to be at that level, and he wants us at that level. So it really is different from the coaches we've had in the past.
Yeah, like he really pushes us to our like full potential. He's able to get the most out of us compared to many other coaches, I believe.
Guys, the accountability, knowing what coach wants and expects of you guys, and then you guys knowing what you want and expect of yourselves. Because in order to be great, there's certain things you have to do. Being mediocre is not an option, but just talk about this program and that accountability that you want to self-govern yourselves.
Well, I think, yes, even though last year we had a bad year and it wasn't really all of us bought in, we didn't really have high accountability for each other. But this year we had, with Coach Campbell being involved and with him coming in, he's really high on accountability. We're on everybody, players on players. We're policing each other. No one's late. No one's late to the weight room. No one's late out to conditioning. None of that. We can't have none of that playing off this year. We're serious and we're coming in hard.
A lot of us are more bought in, like Tui was saying this year. People are putting in extra work, just even past the extra hours. So we'll always put in more work, always with a couple of us, or even the whole team will stay after practice and we'll always run some routes, we'll do some one-on-ones, whatever it has to take to just put more work in so we can have a winning season this year. Because 2 years ago we had a winning season, and after we lost Coach Brody, just nobody was bought in and everybody was just falling apart. People were leaving our school, going to different schools. And us three right here been here all 4 years, and we just want to make a statement this year and leave a mark.
There you
go. Kind of what Nate said. We keep each other a lot accountable and keep each other like competitive. Like we try to keep the energy up so that we're all like fighting for reps, fighting for spots.
Gotcha.
All of that. So yeah.
And Coach Campbell does a really good job at pushing all of us to be accountable and keeping us accountable ourselves.
Coach, with that, you got to see that what you're coaching is resonating with these guys right now. It's got to make you feel good that in that window you've had since February, they've already they're all in and understand what it's going to take to win.
Yeah, you know, one of the big things I think you have to hold each other accountable. From the coaches down to the players, you know, I think, you know, from everybody that's involved in the program, everybody has to be held accountable. I think the big thing with us is just making sure that we're all trying to do the right thing. And if you're not doing the right thing off the field, you're not going to do the right thing on the field. You know, undisciplined teams will cost you undisciplined plays out there on the field.
Sure.
So just trying to get these kids to understand, you know, the accountability, but also, too, structure. Structure is huge, and you know that's the most important thing. Us having structure and accountability, and the rest will take care of itself. The X's and O's.
James,
Coach, every Friday night there's an opportunity for your team to go out and play a game and look to win a game. You guys have all week to work on that, and then on Fridays you can showcase that. But talk about that opportunity, and it's got to be exciting because it's almost here.
It's very exciting. You know, it's very exciting. We start on Monday, and next thing you know, August 16th is going to be here, and we're going to put a lot into it. You're not going to get a lot out of it. So our guys, we're going to make sure that they understand their opponent, know them, you know, like the back of their hand, because at the end of the day, the more you watch film and know what that opponent is doing, the better off you're going to be.
So, guys, I know that every game on the schedule counts the same. They all matter a lot. First-year coach, you guys are trying to revive what you had before. How about that the game on 8/23 against Cardinal Mooney, a defending state champion at home? I'm sure that might be one that you would want to maybe establish a little bit of an identity on that one in some ways.
You know, I think it's kind of funny. You know, we got 10 games this year.
Yeah.
The way I look at it, and I hope our guys will look at it as well, you know, every game's important.
Right.
But at the end of the day, I think, you know, I don't see one team that's more important on our schedule than the next. It's a home game. Obviously, to me, the way I was brought up was you always wanted to protect your home and win every home game. It's going to be challenges on the road, and you want to accept those challenges when you go into other places and try to silence the crowd. But our guys, regardless if it's Cardinal Mooney, Booker, Lehigh, Venice, Riverview, whoever.
Right.
We're gonna play for 48 minutes.
Right.
We're gonna play our butts off, and we're gonna give everything that we got. So our guys have been preparing hard this summer to go out and compete for 48 minutes. And like I said, they've grown up a lot. We still got long way to go, but at the same time, we look forward to whoever we play on Friday nights.
James?
Coach, growing up in this area, what are some of your earlier memories of Sarasota High football and looking back to some of the successful times they had?
I would say back in the 80s, the late 80s, they had some really, really good football teams. They were very, very competitive. I remember, back in the day when the Turkey Bowl was played back in the day, you go out to Sarasota High School and it was packed. I'm talking about Riverview and Sarasota, that game. That was a huge, huge football game. And I think we want to get it back to that level when, you got the over 10,000 people in the stands coming to watch a football game at Irie Field. So I think the most important thing is, like I said, win today, winning one day at a time, brick by brick, and hopefully, as we put our mark on this program, we can get it to back in the 80s, and have our fans and everybody around this town very, very happy.
No doubt. Like I said, in being Sarasota, you've got a lot of natural rivals. So I'm excited. All these games do matter equally in every situation. District this year, you guys are in the District 8, 7A, highest classification, Riverview, Sarasota, and Venice in the district. I think you're going to obviously be looking forward to facing that competition, and these guys are probably looking forward to redeeming themselves in some way a little bit from last year. Would you not say that?
Oh, no doubt. I think the one thing I can say, regardless of who you play on Friday nights, man, I learned this back when going into Notre Dame one year. We got ready to play Notre Dame. Coach Saban got up in front of us on Friday night and told us, There's no more four horsemen. Right. When you walk out of that stadium, you're gonna see touchdown Jesus. Touchdown Jesus ain't gonna go make a tackle, go make a catch, or anything like that. So they're gonna put their pants on one leg at a time, just like we are. They're gonna lace their shoes up, and just like we are, put their helmet on, just like we are. So I think the most important thing is our guys is continue to have confidence in themselves and believe in themselves. Regardless of who we play, I think our kids have bought in tremendously since I've been here. And I think the most important thing for us as a team is to continue to stay green. As long as we continue to stay green and grow, we're going to be okay.
Gotcha. James?
Coach, you're legendary coach at Riverview in your coaching, but how has he impacted you when you think about those days at Riverview, and then you can transfer some of that information to these gentlemen?
I think, one of the biggest things that I can elaborate on from Coach Sprague is that I'm translating to these guys is they know I care about each and every kid that's on our roster. It's not – I'm not going to treat one kid different than the other, but they know deep down inside, the bottom of my heart, I care about each and every one of them. I want to make sure that they understand that, because at the end of the day, and I'm saying this in front of these guys, if they know that you care, they'll run through a brick wall for you.
Right.
All right? And I think these kids understand the passion that I have for the game, but also, too, the love that I have for them. And I think Coach Sprague, when I remember first getting on campus as a 14-year-old freshman, playing varsity football, he showed me that he cared. He showed me that he not only cared, but he had love for me. and he showed up at the house and talked to my mom and dad. You know, even when I was in college, Coach Sprague showed up in East Lansing and had lunch with me, had dinner with me. So those are the things that, you know, when you have a coach like that, man, it means a lot. It really means a lot. And that was my guy. He was a very special person, and I wish during my time there, you know, I had opportunity to play for a state championship with him in 1990, and we ended up losing at 13-10. And that doesn't define him, but I wish we could have won that for him, you know, before he even passed. You know, before I came back, you know, he always was, man, we got to get you at Riverview. You got to come coach here. You got to come coach here. I said, no, Coach, I'm okay. I'm all right. But kept pushing, and I, you know, ended up doing it. Love him to death. Him and Miss Sprague, they're great people. You know, it was my father away from home, so he was an unbelievable guy.
So listening to you guys just talk now, kind of wrapping things up, I've heard a lot of culture, structure, but really what it is built in a family in some ways.
Oh, yeah, you have to. And I think, you know, the big thing, like I explained to these guys, they'll tell you, you got to know one another.
Yeah.
How can you line up next to a guy and not know the guy that's next to you? You don't know anything about him. So like I told them, I want them to know, I want him to know, do Nate got any brothers? Do Nate got a dog, cat? Do he, you know his mom?
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, you know, you lining up next to people and you just, we just going to call a defense and go play. No, get to know somebody. So you have to understand that you have to know your teammate, but at the same time too, that's the bonds that we're building, and we're trying to, you know, we want to be a family. So it's gonna come. You know, it's gonna take time, but I'm excited about the opportunities of these guys, and it's gonna be a fun time.
No doubt. Oh, guys, we appreciate you guys coming here. Hope you have a good season. Hope everything heads where we want it to head to. And I think you're going to get a lot of good Coach Saban stories, too, from this guy right here, right? No doubt. Okay, that's the Sarasota Sarahs. Again, thank you guys for showing. Really appreciate it. And Coach Am Campbell, after this break, next up is the Southeast Seminoles.
Thank you.
And we're back here at the Suncoast Gridiron Media Day with our next guest today, the Southeast Seminoles and head coach Kurt Bradley. Coach, I was just talking before we get started, and I said it's hard for me to say first-year head coach, but you are. And I would say, I guess the first question would be is, how does it feel to be sort of starting? I don't want to say starting over, but starting from scratch in some ways.
Yeah, no, it is starting over. I mean, I was at Braden River High School for 12 years, the longest I've been anywhere in my life. Owe that school a great deal of credit for taking a chance on me at 26, and met my wife there, became a father there. So a lot of great memories, nothing but love and respect for that place. But it was probably time for a new voice over there, and I knew what this program at Southeast could be after talking with Coach Paul Meckley, the legend, and excited about the opportunity to come over here and kind of start fresh and get this program back to a place where we all think it should be in Manatee County.
Right. James?
Coach, that program, a lot of history. The tombstone is there from when they played Manatee, the scoreboard. I mean, you can feel the history of it. You're there now putting in a culture in your team, but you think about the throwback to Warwick and McPherson and all these guys. What's it like so far to be there?
Yeah, I kind of told the story the other day. Coach Meckley was back on July 22nd, I think, to speak to the team, and that was the 50th anniversary of him becoming a Southeast Seminole. So you think about 50 years of Paul Meckley, being in the area and everything he did with those incredible coaching staffs and the incredible players they had, the teams. I came down in 2012 to Braden River, and he welcomed me to the area. And you just always hear about what the sideline looked like, some of those big games at Southeast High School. And obviously it hasn't been that situation in the last, recent years. But to be honest, I'm really excited and to hear the war chant on Friday night. I haven't had a home game for that. We've heard it on the opposite sideline, but to know that, hopefully we're in a situation where we are playing big games back in that field, and to hear that and just to kind of to see the success and the joy that these players get when we do have some of the success, because I know these players have put in a lot for a long time, and they deserve some success.
Coach, if you would introduce the gentleman to your right.
Yeah, this is Malcolm Belton. We met at Leesburg High School in 2009, 10. He was a player. I was a defensive coordinator. We've been like brothers since. He was at Braden River for a while and came over, and he's going to be the offensive coordinator for the Seminoles.
Malcolm, ask a question. That microphone right there. If you want it. Working with Coach Bradley, I mean, he's had a lot of success. You're going over to Southeast, and then the potential at Southeast is unlimited. Obviously, there's been success there before. Coach Meckley, like Coach Bradley was saying, legendary, and what he did. How do you feel like going to Southeast? How do you feel fit in with what's going on with you and Coach Bradley?
I feel good about the situation. Like Coach Bradley said, I've been knowing him since my senior year in high school, and then he moved me down here in 2015. I lived with him, so I was able to see all the work he put in, the reason why he was successful at Braden River, and I believe once we do the same thing here, we'll get Southeast High School back to where it was in the past.
Great. Both coaches, your success model, it works. It yields gentlemen who go on to college, get an education, become great citizens, and you win games on Fridays. Just talk a little bit about putting that, installing that, if you will, over at Southeast. Again, a proud program with some great fans.
Yeah. I know the head coach obviously gets to speak a lot, but we've had a lot of really good coaches that, both came and went at Braden River and have gone separate ways since. So in no way, shape, or form is it me or just, Coach Belt. There's a lot of other people that put a lot of work in. And, obviously we had some great players at Braden River, a couple that are in the NFL right now. And, it takes a lot of work. It does. And the best part about these kids at Southeast is that there's no entitlement with these young men. They grow up early. A lot of them are working jobs or taking care of siblings and doing those things. And there is absolutely no entitlement. Whatever you ask them to do, they will do it. There's no task too big, no task too small that they're going to, scoff at or, suck their teeth at. I mean, these kids, they go to work. And then we've had a great summer. And, we're excited about, practice starting on Monday.
Yeah, no doubt. Advantage or disadvantage coming from the team down the road they saw your success. Is it give you more validation, or what? How does it help or hurt to be coming from Braden River just to go to Southeast now?
Yeah, I think it's two different scenarios. Like, I mean, when we took over Braden River, we lost our first 9 games there.
Mm-hmm.
We were 0-9 to start, and went 1-9, 5-4, and then won back-to-back district titles. So I think we do have a track record of bringing programs back, or
sure.
Starting from low places. The biggest thing though is that we ask these players to trust us, because that's hard. It's hard to get young people to trust you when situations haven't been great, and give these young men all the credit in the world that they've bought in, they've done what we've asked, and now it's time for them to kind of reap some of the rewards and the benefits of their hard work and their willingness to be vulnerable and trust some new guys coming in.
Yeah.
Coach, the talent level in Manatee County, and you've talked about when you win the county, you're doing something, and that sets you up to move on to states and those kind of things. But just the talent level in playing and competing, just talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, I think if you obviously this is kind of a Manatee, Sarasota County deal
Mm-hmm.
that we have, and you go into Charlotte County as well. But you just kind of look at the way counties have done it differently. Manatee County everybody's growing, right? There's all counties are growing. Sarasota County seems to be making their schools bigger. Manatee County seems to be building more schools, which I think the talent is very similar in both counties, but in Manatee County there's so many more schools, it gets spread out.
Right.
And so there's a lot of good players from, Parrish has a lot of good players all the way down to, Southeast and across the Manatee, and it's very much spread out. So, but yeah, you still win the county. You're gonna. That's a really good football season, no doubt.
There's a lot of schools in Manatee County. I was looking, I'm like, my goodness, I get the model, and you're right. That's got to be that is a challenge though, because obviously when you start to spread everything out, then people are going to be districted where they're going to go and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, it's interesting. Speaking of players. Anybody you want to single out or call out as far as seniors or anything on the team for this year?
Yeah, we're going to be pretty senior loaded up front on offensive line. I think we have 4 senior starters on the offensive line. We're excited about our senior class and the chance that they're going to have to kind of rewrite, their history or the way they finished their careers at Southeast, from where they started to where they're going to finish. And then we have some really young talent that we're excited about too. Got a couple upcoming juniors. Jaden Fields and Cedarius Crawford that are tight ends for us, and then we've got Myron Lowe on the defensive line. We've got a couple other skill guys that we're excited about. There is talent at Southeast High School. It's just going to be a matter of making sure that we put it all together. And at the end of the day, these games are won up front on the offensive and defensive line.
You're right.
That's football,
You're
high school to the
right.
NFL. So,
James.
Coach, summers are great for teams to put in that foundation and that camaraderie, and guys can lift and work out and kind of bond and gel. Just talk a little bit about what you've been able to do over the summer.
Yeah, I think, again, a credit to these young men, good summer attendance. And I think one of the neat things about this place is it's very much a community. These young guys have grown up, young men have grown up together, and there's not the cliques in the locker room you may get at some places. There's not a lot of selfishness. It's a lot of celebrating each other, enjoying each other's time, and those things, which is pretty unique for nowadays when social media has made so many things about me, and I, to really care about, what that logo is and the helmet and those things. That's pretty special and pretty cool in today's day and age.
Coach, installing your offense. Is it an all-in situation, or do you put it little pieces at a time and let these kids kind of learn as they go and then install during the season a little bit?
Yes, it's kind of a learn as you go type of deal. But they've been great this summer, learning it all in one summer in 2 months, 8 weeks. So I'm proud of them of just picking up multiple different things that they haven't done in the past, and to pick it up quickly and get stuff installed to where we can start the season where we want to be.
Gotcha.
Coach, you've been at different schools, Braden River, but just talk a little bit about coming in here and being able to utilize your system and the things you like to do with the players, the personnel you have, or the students in this case, and making that work.
Yeah, so the offense, we're trying to put the personnel together, the offense to where it fits our personnel, and I think we have a pretty good multiple sets that we can use with our personnel. And like I said, they picked it up because it's multiple. They picked it up this summer, and they've been doing a good job with that.
Anything, a schedule coming up? You guys are in the District 4A, District 11. We went back to the old way of doing the classifications. Went from the. By the way, did you have a preference one way or the other, or did it not last long enough to figure out if you liked it or not?
Look, I to be honest, it's changed so much. I mean, came in at 26 at Braden River, and now I'm pushing 40. So it's kind of the old guy around here now, but.
Right.
You start thinking about it, and you start saying stuff like, well, back in the day, it's like, I don't, it changes so much. I think I appreciate the FHSA for trying to do different things to try and, I think eventually we'll get to something that we're all comfortable with. It's been so much change in the last 5-6 years even that, I don't know that anybody's ever, really sold or happy with how it goes. I think at some point, public and private, maybe a conversation that may need to be had.
That's the one. That's out because even like you watch how in college football, we don't want to have a playoff. We want to do this, and then finally you get to this is where it should have been all the time. I think the FHSAA is in the same boat. I think they're kind of like, we know what we're supposed to, we should do, but we really don't want to get there because of who may think it's against the way it used to be or how all that works.
Yeah, I just think that whether people want to admit it or not, there are different. There's a different set of rules when when private and public are involved. And then, look, it is what it is because, especially I think there's been some government funding towards private school in the last couple of years that have made it even more so.
Right.
Right. But look, it is what it is. We're just excited about what's going on at Southeast High School and the young men that we have that that have put in a great summer and. Thank you guys for doing this, and we're excited about the 2024 season.
No, this is an opportunity. Obviously, firstly, again, I'll say it again, first year coach, but it's an opportunity. Obviously, you want to get the culture established, want to get everything established, and hopefully that these kind of things that you can come on and the kids see that, hey, there's my coach, or this is an opportunity for all of us to do that kind of stuff. And I think that's the goal of all this kind of stuff is to make sure the kids get an opportunity to see where it could be and where it's headed to at some point in time.
No doubt.
I
appreciate you guys.
James, anything else?
Quick question, Coach. It takes a village. You look at the administration, the parents, the student body, the coaches. Everybody's pulling together and looking forward to the season. Just any final comments?
Yeah, Miss Ginger Collins is the principal at Southeast. Matt Kitchie, a former alumni there, is the athletic director. I think I told you the other day, I think every principal in Manatee County has been associated with the Southeast High School, either as an alumni or a teacher there. We've got teachers that have been in the school for 40 years, and so that's something that's really special. I think we had the highest increased graduation rate in the county, so I think we're really excited about not only where the football team's going to be headed, but academically to kind of erase that stigma that may be out there in the county as far as Southeast High School. It's a really special place, and it was the right decision for me. I think some people think that the right decision means it was an easy decision. It wasn't. It wasn't easy, but it was the right one, and I think two things can be true as far as that goes. It was the right one for my family, myself. And I'm just so thankful that we've had some coaches come over here with us that are part of it and completely bought into to making this place what we think it could be.
Well, guys, best of luck to you this year. We will be watching everything. Hope Southeast gets back on where they should be in a lot of cases.
No doubt.
Right.
Appreciate you.
Thank you very much. Southeast Seminoles and Coach Kurt Bradley. With that, we'll take a break and come back with Lemon Bay Manta Rays on our next segment. And we're back here at the Suncoast Gridiron Media Day with the Lemon Bay Manta Rays and head coach Jason Mensing. Coach, players, thanks for being here. Coach, if you want to introduce your players and let us know who they are and what positions they play.
Absolutely. We've got a great group of captains here today.
All right.
Drew Smith is a senior. He's a running back and defensive back for us. We have Adam Schwartz, also a senior, defensive back, strong safety and running back. Asher Spring, another senior, running back, outside linebacker. And then Caleb Hutcherson, who's a senior tight end and middle linebacker.
Awesome, guys.
And the fastest guy on the roster.
All right. Yeah. There we go. Hang your hat on that one. With that, Coach, I obviously first year Lemon Bay. From Michigan is my. I heard the radio interview when you first got hired.
I gotcha. Yep.
And one thing I was going to say that Rich Spitaleri, the WENG radio guy, had mentioned to me afterwards, like, you got to hear this guy. He doesn't want to punt. He does all the different things. So philosophically, there's a lot of excitement about what you bring to the table as far as at Lemon Bay. How do you respond to that?
Yeah, I think some of it gets overplayed a little bit.
Well, still.
That's the fun in it out. Though I think we've had some seasons where we punted maybe once or twice the whole season. So I just don't get the idea of why you want to give the ball to the other team.
I
right?
understand.
Like it's logical to me to. We do go for two all the time.
Yes.
Why? Because two's worth more than one. I mean, it's a math equation there. So
right. No, it works.
No, it's a philosophy. It fits with our systems on both sides of the ball, and how we teach football is directly correlated to some of those philosophical things. So as we get better and better at playing football, it'll work more and more, and it gives us some strategic advantage. One of the things I always think about is if we start the game with the ball, hit a 2-point conversion, they score, and then we do that again on a second possession, we're up 2 scores. And all things were equal otherwise. So there's some things like that strategically we try to do that I think makes it more advantageous as we get better at it.
And a lot of times what you get if you get that 2-point conversion early, other teams are chasing points, and it takes them out of their comfort zone in some ways.
Absolutely, and the reality is too, if we practice it and it becomes the essence of who we are, our percentage of getting those, it goes way up. And then our opponent, who may be trying to mimic that for that week to stay in a competitive situation, isn't practicing year-round to be really good at that. So again,
it's like tempo and things like that. When you have that kind of thing, if you don't practice it, it's hard to get up to speed with that stuff.
Absolutely, and we believe in tempo too. Slow is a tempo.
Yeah.
So we believe in and when you slow things down, that has an impact on some of these high-paced offenses.
100%.
And I love one of the correlations we always give is it's like we want to go as slow as we can, occupy the ball. They get the ball back, run 3 plays, and we get it back, and be aggressive on defense in that way, and then do that again. It plays into the psyche of an offense coordinator who's always trying to get a rhythm.
Right. Real quick, James, one more thing. So I'm going to tell you this. I've always been a possessions guy. Okay, there's only so many possessions in a game.
Absolutely.
Okay, and so like when you see, I used to watch. I'm a Florida Gator guy.
Yeah.
Right. Steve Spurrier would get a lead on somebody, and there was no way they could come back because there wasn't enough possessions left there.
Yep.
In your situation, you're taking possessions away.
Absolutely.
You're making it so now all of a sudden there is panic that may set in when you don't get that responsive touchdown after something. So I do understand the philosophy on that situation. So yeah.
And it really makes it a game about efficiency. So
right.
One of the things we say daily is we got to get better at football today, because when you do start playing maybe a small ball form of football,
right.
Suddenly then it becomes a efficiency piece, and now we have to be in that 70th, 80th percentile when it comes to being really efficient and executing plays in their different philosophies.
Right. All right, James, I'm done.
It's okay. It's all right. Coach, shrinking the game. When you think about the talent level down here coming in from Michigan, and you see all this talent and guys are able to develop all year long with this great weather in paradise, what are you seeing so far?
There's some major differences. Obviously, I hear it's warmer down here.
Yeah, it's a little bit.
There's some things that are really common. I'm coming from Metro Detroit, and was in a league that has as good a talent as there is in the Metro Detroit area. So I've been around some tremendous athletes over the last few years, and guys that will be playing in the NFL. In fact, the number one quarterback recruit in the nation was in our league.
Okay.
So it's very similar in that lens, right? There, each team I've seen on film has an elite player or elite 2 players. The thing I've noticed down here, at least, it seems that the defensive linemen specifically that are elite levels may have the greatest impact on some of the games. And I think that's because there are so many good matchups in the skill positions. You know, where some people might be able to match up in those skill spots up front when you get that guy who's going to the SEC. It's tough, and they can move that guy around too.
Right,
so,
right.
Yeah.
So, guys, new head coach. Obviously, you've had success. Obviously, LMB the last couple of years ago have done really well into the playoffs. What's it like with Coach Mensing as your coach this year?
We love Coach Mensing. He's like just having someone who's so extremely bought in. And before he even came in, he knew all the history of Lemon Bay. Like he told us, like we have the chance to go back-to-back district championships. Like I didn't even know that. I don't know if they knew that. But just knowing we have the chance to do that, it's awesome. So love having Coach Mensing.
Yeah, love Coach Mensing, just the relationship that he's built with the team,
right?
And just how intentional he is with that. And I also just love the attention to detail, which is what you need to have if you're putting in different personnel as a new coach.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just a lot of respect for him, and I can't wait for the season.
I mean, coaches came in and kept like the same family aspect as what Lemon Bay has had, which is I can really appreciate. He takes time away from coaching to like really get to know his players, which is really nice, and he really cares. So that's something I really appreciate.
Yeah, we love Coach, definitely. He brought in an offense that is a little different than what we see down here, and I really enjoy it. I think it's really cool, and morals and family aspect that he brings, especially with God, it's really important to the aspect of our team, for sure.
Fantastic.
Guys, the goal setting, winning district, winning games, graduating, going to college, all that kind of good stuff. Just talk a little bit about the goal setting and some of the things that you guys want to achieve this season.
We want to go back-to-back district champs, for sure. That would be my biggest goal.
Yeah, that we like to set like most of the stuff we do on being back-to-back district champs. So that's definitely something that we can see in our future.
Yeah, that's what we break down huddles on, district champs, stuff like that. So I mean, it's just nice that we have that set in stone goal, and also another daily goal is just get 1% better each day.
Yeah.
Just one step at a time, and that he reminds us it starts with every single rep. So in order to get to that goal, it's each and every rep going full speed, just making the most of our time.
Yeah, from the very first meeting we had with Coach Mensing, we made the decision that winning the district championship for back-to-back would be the first time our school's ever done that. That's our main goal, and just continuing to raise the standard and not accepting anything below that or anything like less than that, because we want to go back-to-back and make history for our school.
It's legacy in some ways, no doubt about it. Coach, I've had quite a few first-year coaches for all different reasons, but overall, I've been very impressed by everybody, and I can see it as well with your team, building a culture, building relationships with the players, seem to be at the forefront at how you start your program off, and of course, building a family in some way, and with that trust that football requires. It requires that you trust the guy next to you going to do what he's supposed to do, or the receiver's going to be in the spot where he's supposed to be when I throw it to him when, there's a DB waiting to intercept it, and he's got to be in that spot. Was it something, obviously it's something you probably focused on, but how quick did it come with this team, or do you still have to build some of that as well?
I think taking over for Coach Southwell, who did a fantastic job with this program, puts you in a spot that's a lot better, because players know that it takes that family atmosphere. It takes that teamwork.
It's not new to them.
These young guys had that perspective the minute I walked in. What I'm grateful for is that they had an open mind and an open heart to the things that we're going to do differently, which is really the biggest challenge in this type of situation when you're taking over a really successful program. I think part of the vision that they had as seniors, and we always talk about the seniors, it's their team. I get a coach for as many years as I have left in my tread. These guys have one senior year. So it's their team, it's their legacy. I like that word that you dropped there. And from day one, they said the district title was their goal, and then we identified it had never been done. Lemon Bay's been playing football since 1981, and there's never been a back-to-back district title. And this group of seniors, along with their peers and our team, have the opportunity to do something that's never been done in school history, and that's how legacies are created.
Right.
So,
James?
Guys, are there, I know every Friday night is special, but are there certain games that you're looking forward to, rivalry games, homecoming, certain games that are you can't wait to get to? Tell us about that.
I mean, every game for us is important. We like to go, like we also say, coaches said, we go 1-0 every week. So obviously we have some rivalries, but we just take it week by week and try to focus on what we got the week ahead of us.
I'm not a big Northport fan, so beat Northport.
Would definitely love to beat Northport, but the district games for me are special just because they're so important to winning that district champ title. So, yeah.
It's about that. It is fun to have those games that just sort of, make your blood boil a little bit. Yep. Kind of makes it go. But again, like you said, all the things you guys are accomplishing now are going to be something that, again, establishes the program further and further down the road. You mentioned Northport. There's a lot of – I'll go way back. I'm an old person, so I can tell you these things. But like Lemon Bay was sort of like it was a new school that was sort of a smaller school compared to Charlotte at the time. You know what I mean? And so a little bit of that was like there was kind of a hard culture to build because you were sort of like, oh, though that's Lemon Bay down there. Now you've sort of made your mark. How do you look at it and say like you're establishing something now that can mean something for 20 years from now? That's a really cool kind of proposition for you guys. I would think, right?
Like I said earlier, it's just like building that standard, just keeping that standard high. Like once we win the district back to back, like we wouldn't. In my opinion, I don't want the guys that are a year younger or 2 years younger to want to accept anything less than that. So it's about building that culture and building that standard. Right. That's the most important thing for me. Gotcha. And I think Coach has done a really good job of letting that be known to the younger guys.
Yeah, obviously love some of the respect that we've earned the past couple years with the winning records and districts last year, but I still feel like, with how well we've done, there's still going to be people that that doubt what we can do with the amount of seniors that have left. So, I think it's nice that we can now play with the chip on our shoulders and show this is what our senior class can do this year.
Right.
And regardless of what's happened in the past, we're going to be the toughest team in Florida and just play our hearts out.
There you go.
I think points to your question there too is number one. Since I've gotten to know these guys, there is a lot of passion to prove that they can maintain and raise that level of excellence that's been achieved. There were 26 seniors last year. Most of the staff is turned over. So there, from within the halls, within our team, we have something to prove.
Sure.
So I think what Adam hit there was really important in that. The other piece I think that's unique in your commentary about the newness of Lemon Bay, 1981, seems less new now, of course, but we are now working, Drew and Caleb's family have been in this area for a long time, and we are now working into that second and third generation of Lemon Bay people, which builds a culture and a legacy within your school system too. It means more.
Right.
When your dad, Drew's dad is a principal at the school. He's a graduate of the school. He was a running back. There's a lot of pride there, and that's a wonderful thing. That's a special thing for high school football, for your school, for your community, and it makes it mean more. So we're fortunate. We got quite a few guys that fall in that category now. And
that's what I'm saying. That's how things build. Like not to get off base, but like the Tampa Bay Rays are a baseball team up the road. They're 25 years, but there's still the Yankees and the Red Sox, and they're fans.
And the Tigers,
right? And the Tigers. but they all these different stuff that you have to build, and and now you're at that point where that can really sort of take off a little bit.
Absolutely,
James.
Coach, that first game coming up, the Classic, how important is that game for your team?
Yeah, I'm probably going to answer this wrong. It's not. If we play really well, our starters aren't going to play a lot. We've got a smaller group of seniors just as a whole, and we don't have a ton of depth. These guys don't want to hear that. I haven't talked to them about it yet. So they want to play the whole thing. But the better we play, the less they're going to play. And the reality is that's a game at the end of it that we're 0-0. And it's a week for us to develop, and my approach is going to be either going to be like week 1 of the NFL preseason where guys play a lot, or week 4 of the NFL preseason where they don't play much, based on where we're at.
Right.
And I can't even predict that at this point. So
I think I've heard philosophies on that what the kickoff classic really provides is that a lot of times the biggest improvement you make is from your first game to your second game.
Yep.
So that first game is that game that does keep you at 0-0, but you're actually sort of in motion in some way
for sure.
for that.
For
So
sure.
I think that's probably what it would be the best. Outside of everything else, I mean, you guys goals after football. College, what's you're looking forward to in regards to what life after Lemon Bay will look like for you?
Well, I also play baseball, but if football or baseball doesn't work out, I've always wanted to be a sports broadcaster.
There you go.
So just being involved with sports somehow.
As a guy looking for a potential play-by-play guy for Lemon Bay here, so we'll see about that.
So yeah, just like for me, just being involved with sports in any way is what I want to do.
It's one of those things where I'm just saying for you to me that sports is something lifelong, keeps you young.
For sure.
I mean, coach, look how young coach looks, right?
Yes, sir.
So I mean, it's like you have that sort of ability to sort of and no matter what level it is.
Definitely.
I mean, you can have an exciting Pop Warner football game, and you're like, this is the greatest thing ever, and then you can go to all the way up to the NFL level or
Yes,
any
sir.
major sport. So
Yes, sir.
yeah, it's a good thing to keep in your life for sure. And learn how to golf.
Working on that.
Love football and also in basketball. Don't think I'm going to be doing it in college. Been called to ministry. Definitely want to be a pastor when I'm older.
Fantastic.
I just feel like, football and basketball is going to teach me work ethic, stuff like that. But I just really want to reach people and just live a life for God. I feel like that's the most fulfilling thing anyone can do.
It's like you said, football's a family. You're being a pastor, building a family. It's all you learn so much from
prepares you for everything.
Yeah.
Adam leads our team in prayer at the end of every practice, and he already is leading his ministry.
There you go.
He may not
don't
have
know
the
it
official
yet.
title of pastor yet, but he's already leading that way.
Well, wouldn't that be a cool football nickname?
Oh, absolutely.
The pastor.
The pastor. I like it.
Coach Mensing is doing a really, really good job at pushing our recruitment out for the ones that do want to take it to the next level. So that is very much appreciated, and I hope I can find somewhere to go for the next 4 years. I know a lot of times people's goals are to make it to the NFL, but sometimes you got to be realistic. So if I can get my education paid for, that'd be my best goal.
It's a huge deal.
Yes,
Absolutely,
sir.
buddy.
Yeah, after high school football, I want to go and play college football somewhere. I don't know where yet, but Coach, he helps so much with connections and just involving us in the whole recruitment area. And if that doesn't work out, I like numbers a lot, so somewhere in that field, I'd like to do
We can
numbers.
figure that out for
Yeah.
you, no doubt.
I think we have 4 or 5 guys that likely will play college football, and there are a lot of opportunities out there, and I'm excited to see those guys do that. It's one of the best things about being a head coach is watching those guys go play at the next level. I think I got about 12 playing next year, and every Saturday I'm popping on and checking their games, and it's so much fun.
It is. It's
a
a
neat
blast,
thing.
no doubt. James,
I like that. Yeah, congratulations on all your success, and just keep on going.
Yeah, excited.
Thank you.
I'll be watching you guys, and obviously, it's keep getting that attitude, keep that success going. It looks like, Coach, you're going to be leading a good, motivated bunch of young men to play football this season.
We got a great group of guys, and we're gonna have a blast.
No doubt. All right, this is Lemon Bay Manta Rays and Coach Jason Mensing. Guys, thanks for being here. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next up, we've got the Booker Tornadoes coming up next. We'll be right back. And welcome to the Suncoast Gridiron Media Day. And our next guest, the Booker Tornadoes and Coach Scotty Littles. And Coach, thanks for being here. We appreciate it. You and I have talked quite a few times and other things, so it's we maybe have a more familiar banter with each other here and there. So no doubt, Coach. Last year, you guys made a nice run into the semifinals at the state. Obviously, it wasn't where you wanted to. You wanted to get further, whatever. So I guess the goals are right back where you get back to where you were and finish the job this year.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think last year's group did a great job of, finding a way to rally and, make the run we made. And those seniors created a legacy, and, they'll be remembered forever for it. And,
right.
And kind of just, building blocks to what we're trying to accomplish and building a program. And we're super excited about this year's team. Got a lot of talented players. Obviously you graduate Josiah Booker and Ahmad Hunter. Those are two really dynamic players. And, but we feel like we got some guys that can step in and, kind of make it their team and their time. And so the expectation is definitely high, and we're excited to see how we can build it and take it to the next level.
Three guys right here. Why don't you introduce these guys for us?
Yeah, so we got Ryan Downs. We'll start. He plays quarterback. He's a rising senior. Dylan Wester plays wide receiver, DB. He's a rising junior. And Tyron Wortham is a wide receiver, rising junior as well.
Absolutely. James?
Coach, tradition and talent and work ethic.
Right.
Talk a little bit about the Booker way and what you've been able to do in a short period of time.
Right.
Final Four, you're right there, and you guys want to continue knocking on that door and snatching that door open.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think nail on the head when you said tradition. Like, Booker's always been a place that's had talented players and, that part of the city and whatnot. So, we're just continuing to build our program, continuing to build a brand that people want to be a part of and can get behind. So, again, expectation is the word of the year, because now it's, all right, nobody is, going to sneak up on you, or, we're not going to sneak up on nobody per se. We're going to get everybody's best shot. So at the end of the day, we're just building that and how we build our all-season program and approach our kids. And, again, super excited about what we have and, what we can accomplish. And, we're as deep as we've ever been. We're as fast as we've ever been. We're 80-plus kids in the program. So, just super excited about what we've been able to accomplish and looking forward to another big year. We play some tough competition with, Carter Mooney we open up with. They won a state title. Berkeley Prep, we're at Berkeley Prep. They won a state title. We play Carroll Day, who's in the regional final every year. And then, finally, Booker and Riverview got back on the schedule. And, so our first 6 games is not for the weak. And, we're looking forward to the challenge and help propel us to the next level.
But I think the way your perspective is from what we talked about before, you want to be sharpening yourself against those kind of teams, because that's where you're going to get. I mean, look at the run last year, where your season was you district runner up, but then you got on a roll and you guys were really high at the end. And then, I mean, Coco's they were a pretty good football team last year, no doubt about it. But you were on that path. I think your schedule this year will probably help you get down that path again.
Nah, for sure. You want to play your best ball at the end, and playing tough teams, helps you do that. Kind of shows you where you're at, because you're never as good as you think you are. You're never as bad as you think you are. So, just playing, good competition allows that. And at the end of the day, we want to start the season fast as well. It's kind of been an issue for us the last 2 years is, how do we start fast? So tweak some things in the offseason in our process and, making it more about how can we start faster throughout the year. So just super excited about where we're at and what we can accomplish.
Coach, the off season, guys working out, lifting weights, and looking forward to those opportunities on Friday nights. Talk about that as a foundation setter. And again, before we know it, the lights will be on, and guys will be he'll be throwing the ball around.
No, for sure. I think we've had as good as off season as we could have had. I mean, we're 80 plus every day, getting after it. Kids, we don't have kids being late. We don't have kids missing. Everybody understands the expectation. I mean, that's kind of the word of the year, like I said. Maybe before, maybe we didn't quite believe or know if we could accomplish. But, going to win the region and playing in the state semis, it's like you don't just want to get there. You want to get back. You want to get to the next level, So we're excited about that, and the kids understand that. The coaches understand that. Our community has been overly supportive, and we're just getting after it and finding ways to improve. And, we're going to hit the ground running and go do what we can do.
Soda Dame still the hashtag?
Of course.
All right, so guys, I got to ask you, what does Soda Dame mean to you guys in regards to as far as team and whatever you take from it?
Microphone. Hold it.
Sort of name, just like that's something that we take pride in. That's something like that's big in the city. So being me that I just came in, I learned that fast. That's all you hear, bit sort of name, bit sort of name. So I know it means something, and it means something to the city. So we're gonna play real good for the city.
Soda Dame. For me, Soda Dame, it means like a team, like we work all together. Like we're gonna come together. We're gonna play hard this year. And then we are known as like Soda Dame. People know us around the city, Soda Dame. Like,
yeah.
Like, and then like when you hear Soda Dame, like you can just picture Booker.
Yeah, that's right. No. Ryan, you got anything?
Yeah, just kind of like add on to what Tyron just said. Like, I think, when anyone hears Dame anything, the first thing they think of is Notre Dame.
Right,
and
right.
what do you know Notre Dame for is, being a great academic institution, a great athletic institution, and someplace that develops really high quality kids.
High standards,
and
right.
I think that's something that, we're holding ourselves to, and, something that we're striving for every day. So I think Soda Dame, it has a football meeting and it has something that we're trying to achieve on the field. But I think there's so many things off the field and so many things in the community that means so much more than just on the football field. So, yeah.
That's good. Quick follow-up. Talked to a lot of first-year coaches this year. Some have been by choice. Some people come, and they're all talking about culture, family, all the structure, that stuff. That Soda Dame moniker sort of put a brand on your culture in some way. When you say that, but now it's like, hey, this is what it is, and this is what it's all about. It's probably now you're probably got it on a little bit of cruise control with that culture.
Nah, it's crazy, man. Like and like I said, we'll always be Booker. We'll always be Booker Nation and respect that. And but it's just kind of our era and our culture and becoming the best version of yourself. And it's taken off like crazy. And is you go into a barbershop now, they don't say there goes Booker, they say there goes Soda Dame, so it's definitely taken a bigger mantra in life than maybe we even expected.
Mm-hmm.
But like you said, branding and just promoting your program and building something people want to be a part of. And it can't, like I said when we first came up with it, it can't just be a hashtag, right? It has to have a meaning. And so it has real meaning, and like Ryan alluded to, it's about becoming the best version of yourself, academically, socially, physically, and athletically. And I think that's what people equate Notre Dame to. And at the end of the day, we're not trying to be Notre Dame,
right.
but it's definitely catchy, and people like it, and people love to get behind things. And so we're just appreciative of our community and appreciative of the people that support us, and we're going to continue to build and continue to fight and continue to try to be the best team we can be.
Absolutely. James?
Guys, one at a time. Each person can do something different to help the team, whether it be running or stopping people or tackling or whatever those skill sets are. Just talk a little bit about each piece and how you want to help this year's team.
You start with me?
Sure.
Oh, no, I just think, collectively we just have a great group of players, on both sides of the ball, from to a Ryan Downs, to a Tyron Wortham, to a Chauncey Kennan, to a Dylan Wester, to a Tyree Manning, to a Rashawn Peterson. Our depth is just goes and goes. We're too deep at every skill position. And on the defensive side of the ball, you add a Cavante Hugan, a Jordan Rackey, a Courageous Hayes. Chauncey plays corner as well. We have 10 guys in our program nationally ranked, and I don't know if Booker's ever really had that at one time. So. Whether they're 2, 3, 4, 5 stars, whatever they are, they're nationally ranked. So just super excited about the depth and the ability that they have. But to me, I just think we have a great group of kids that understand the expectation. They are talented, but it's their work ethic and their wanting to buy into what we're saying, wanting to be a part of what we're building. To like you alluded to, the whole Soda Dame culture, it really means something to us, and not only to the coaches now, but to the kids. And they're driving the culture. So for me, they're great players, they're good people, but they're just really locked into what we're trying to accomplish, and just super excited to see what that work takes. So, I guess.
As Coach kind of alluded to, we have some of the, I think we have the best talent pool in the whole county, if not the side of the state, if not the whole state. We a bunch of young guys, a bunch of older guys. It's going to be, my job solely is to get them to ball as much as I can and as efficiently as I can. And that's what it comes down to. Any day, any down that I can get them the ball in space is going to end up being a good thing for us. So, I mean, I guess that highlights my job. I mean, that's why Booker was such an appealing place for me to try and find, because where else are you going to find talent like this?
Right.
I mean, where else are you going to have a guy like Tyron, a guy like Dylan, who has the ability to make someone miss and run 90 yards and like makes my job easy.
Right.
So it's it's going to be a great year, and I think having these guys around me it's going to be so much fun, and I'm looking forward to it. So yeah.
As Ryan mentioned, my job on the team is just to make people miss in space, like get open every play, and, catch the ball and score.
A 90-yard touchdown can be a 5-yard pass, right? That's all it takes.
He's really good at it, too. Like, 5 yards turns into 90 is a great equation. So.
Yes, sir. As they mentioned, both of them, catching the ball, making a miss. Yes, sir. I just got to catch the ball. We win games.
That's it?
Win the games. Play as a team.
Yeah, very important. That's good to hear, because team is no more of a team sport than football. There's no doubt about that.
Sure. And to piggyback, like they're just these, and they're all locked in, but these three have really done a great job this offseason of just all in every day, all day, throwing extra, working extra, lifting extra, being leaders, doing things the right way by example. So just super excited about where our culture is going into year 3. Definitely an improvement from year 1. And that's what they say. You get better and better, and we're just hoping to continue that trend.
I read about a lot of first-year coaches. You've been established at Booker now for a few years,
but
things are high school football in particular is constantly changing. We went from a metro to a suburban thing, now back to the old classification. All the rules are changing. What for you in particular is the thing that you look forward to and saying this is going to be the next big change in high school football in some ways? It seems like things are constantly moving around all the time.
Is there a bigger change than NIL? I mean, I think at the end of the day, I think, as long as we continue to do things the right way, push the game in the right direction. I don't really get into, the whole, when they were going from Metro back to the old system, because I don't control it, so I try to focus on things I can control. Building our program, putting our kids in the best position to be successful in both, socially, athletically, mentally, so academically. So at the end of the day, I truly focus on all that. But as long as we continue to push the things in what's best for children, I think if we keep that at the forefront, we'll be successful. I think it's great. Kids can get paid off their name, image, and likeness. I have no issues with it. It's the trend. It's the way of the world, and I want to do everything that I'm possibly allowed to do to foster that and to help that, and just allow the kids to be the best versions of themselves and go on their journeys.
Well, that's you. If you're not aware of it, then it becomes maybe a problem or a distraction in some way, right? You have to have some, and of course the way of the world, everything trickles down. It starts at college, and then it's the next thing it's a high school situation as well. So there's no doubt about that.
I think it's all how you present things, right? Yeah. Like how do you go about your business? It's not what you do, but how you do it. Right. And so as long as it's presented the right way, and you're educating the kids, because at the end of the day, that's what we are as educators. And as long as you're educating the kids and the families, and you're doing it the right way in the process, I think it's all for the better. And we're trying to find ways to grow our game consistently. Mm-hmm. And I think that's important, because at one point, maybe 10 years ago, there was people saying football might go away, or tackle football.
Yeah, they couldn't afford it. It was too expensive.
We're trying to find ways to grow our game and do it the right way. And I'm all for it, and just want to be a vessel and a component for these kids to have the best success they could possibly have.
There you go. James?
Coach, Booker has had games in the past where you had audience like 8,000 people there. To have a fan base and have fans right on top of you in these atmospheres, whether it be on the road and at Soda Dame, as you say, how beautiful is that?
Nah, listen, I tell you, we get great support from our community. Like, and I can't speak on the past, but ever since I've been at Booker, I mean, it's been packed every home game. I mean, I remember my first year we played Sarasota at home. I mean, it's standing room only. And in year 2, we played Cardinal Mooney at home, and it's literally people just trying to get in the game after halftime. This year we go to Riverview, so I'm a little jealous because that thing's gonna be packed. So, but they'll make all.
Was that the athletic director you were talking right there?
So right. They get all I'm thinking ticket sales and gates, right? It's parking and stuff.
As the AD all of a sudden changed. Everything changed.
But I just think again, it goes back to just growing our brand and having success and trying to find ways to continue that success. So we got a great group of kids. We got a great group of coaches. I mean, our coaches. I haven't had one coaching change in going on year 3.
That's solid. That's good.
We've added people here and there, but like the core group of guys have been the same since I've stepped foot on campus, and that's huge. When you talk about continuity and building and continuing success, our principal is supportive, second to none. And she's all in, Dr. Shelley, and all in at the school, and we're just trying to continue that brand and that success.
Fantastic. Well, guys, much success for you guys. Appreciate you guys coming here.
Yes, sir.
You guys, we were watching you guys on Friday nights, looking for that 90-yard after the catch for you, and you tossing that ball around to all those guys. And Coach, again, thank you for being here. It's always fun talking to you. You got a good way of having the banter back and forth. So I do appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
So with that, thank you, Booker Tornadoes.
Thank
appreciate
you
being here. We'll be right back. Next up, the Palmetto Tigers. Be right back. And we're back at the Suncoast Gridiron Media Day with our next team, and that being the Palmetto Tigers, and new head coach, Mr. Eric Sanders. How you doing, Eric?
Doing great. Thanks for having us.
Now, I say first-year coach as a head coach, but you've been around the area for quite a while. Talk a little about your background and how you ended up at Palmetto.
I've been down here 12 years now. I was the assistant head coach and offensive coordinator for Braden River for the last 12 years and took over here. Super excited. Can't tell you how quality of kids these guys are. Super pumped for the season to start. I can't wait till Monday.
Yeah.
And we kick this thing off in 3 weeks. So super grateful for the opportunity, and I plan on taking advantage of it too. So.
Absolutely. James?
Coach, Palmetto has a lot of talent. It goes back to Lincoln. These guys can play. Just talk a little bit about going in there, putting your stamp on this program and playing some football.
Yeah, been on the job 2 months now. I thought we've had a great summer. These kids have worked their tail off. They bought in. We're really starting to gel together. We got talent all over the field. I don't see a position group that doesn't have talent. So I can't tell you as a coaching staff how excited we are. We just met yesterday, and we're just chomping at the bit to get started Monday because we can't wait to see the product that we get to put on the field starting in 3 weeks.
Coach, if you could you introduce all your players and positions they play?
Yep. This is Simeon Mapp. He's a wide receiver. Mikael Lambert, he's our right guard. Van Trez Yarn, he's a running back. Paul Moore, he's a middle linebacker. And Arthur Amorium is the defensive end.
And, guys, thanks for being here. Coach Sanders, you hit the ground running with obviously getting the head coaching job. For you guys, how do you feel about your new coach and how the culture is being built, or any comments at all from any of you guys about Coach?
I was going to say I feel like he's great. I feel like he really came in and changed the program, for the better. And I feel like our weight program, too, has gotten a lot better than what it was.
I feel like the whole morale of the team and chemistry has been a lot better since we lost our head coach back in the spring, and everything has been turned around and flipped, and it's been a whole lot better from the summer and then going into the season.
The energy and atmosphere that Coach Sanders brought when he came over is just so much different, and it's so much better. It's very, very positive, and I can't wait to play under him and win under him.
There you go.
Yep.
I feel like he's brought a lot of support with him, doing a lot of things like feeding us, team cleats, gloves, stuff like that. He's the first coach to do something, and I feel like it's brought a lot of positive things to our group.
Yeah, I think everybody likes him. He brought good energy, good energy. Like, everyone wants to play football now. It's not mellow, like we're playing football. It's just energetic, and he brought a lot of love to the team, feeding us every week.
And I asked it only because you coming in at one of the best team building times, which is workouts, summer workouts,
Summertime.
And so that's probably one of the that's how to build the culture you're looking to have is probably the best time to do it, and the best way to start it is in summer workouts. Would you not say?
Yeah, absolutely, because we get 4 or 5 hours a day with these kids. You don't have to worry about school or anything else. We can just focus on football and building stuff up. And credit to these guys, because these guys have been working. The attendance has been phenomenal. They just bought in, listened to our coaches. We got 15 coaches on staff, so we got tremendous support. Then we got guys outside the program looking to helping hand. We have Bible study every Wednesday, so everything has just been coming together, gelling together. And like you said, we got some team cleats, some team gloves. We're trying to just build this thing together as a team and hit this ground running come Monday.
Yep. James?
Coach, the Kickoff Classic.
Yep.
Talk a little bit about that and why that can be a good opportunity to get some guys on the field and see what you have.
It's going to be great. First of all, we play a really good team, Lakewood St. Pete. Obviously, very traditional powerhouse school. They're gonna bring some talent. And they're gonna play hard. It's our home opener, so that's going to be exciting. And it's going to be our first game as a coaching staff with these players to see how much we've installed and how much we progress through these next 3 weeks and what we're going to have to clean up, because there's going to be some things we've got to clean up. But it's going to be a great test to help prepare us for the real season and come district play and all that.
And district play, you get two local teams that are going to be in your district with Lakewood Ranch and Parish Community. So that kind of helps. So you're familiar with those guys coming from Braden River. Goals, obviously. I mean, the Palmetto is always had high goals.
Yeah.
I'm sure you're looking for goals to be as high as you can take at district, regionals, all the way up to states, I would imagine.
Yeah, the first meeting I had with the players, our goal was 10-0 district champs, regional champs, and that goal is not going to change.
Right.
That's our plan, that's our goal, and that's what we're going to go out and try to accomplish.
That's fantastic, James.
Coach, what would you tell people who watch this who really don't know a lot about the area, but they find out you guys play really, really high-level football here? What would you tell them?
If you guys get a chance to see Palmetto High School play this year, I would love to. You're going to see a lot of speed out there,
right?
And playmaking ability. All five of these guys are fast at their position and are absolutely they're playmakers, and we're going to put them in positions to be successful and to make plays. So every position across the board, we got speed, and we're going to be flying out there.
So guys, obviously I don't know how long you've been at Palmetto, or if you grew up as Palmetto Tiger fans or whatever, but the tradition there has been you guys have always been a very, very well thought of, powerful football team. Do you feel like that you're in that same mode, or you feel like you're that? How do you feel towards your team this year? Is that traditional Palmetto thing going to be there again for this year's team?
For sure. I know that we're a strong team, and especially this year. This year is going to be a year that we can continue to show how strong we really are, how good we really are. That high level play of football, we can just broadcast it.
No doubt.
Well, I definitely feel like with Coach Sanders here and how much he's been doing, and like just viewing like how he thinks and how he sets things up, that it's definitely that powerhouse.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be a powerful team. We've been crazy energetic in the weight room, sprinting, getting faster, stronger. We're going to be good.
You can't emphasize that too much. That weight room is really where things get won at the end of the year, and that conditioning as well.
Yeah, even doing field work after the weight room, the energy out there is just electric. It's on another level. So I feel going into the season, we're going to have a really strong season and continue to be a nice, powerful football program.
Like everybody else said, I feel like we're going to be a great program, and I just feel like everybody's been working to, get to where we want to be. So I feel like we're going to be real good.
Guys, the personal goals you have, I'll take those one by one. What are some of the things you guys want to see happen personally that can help the team collectively?
My personal goal for the season is 0 sacks allowed on the whole season.
That'll work.
Yeah.
I'll say for me, I want 1,000 yards this season. So, I feel like that's one of my personal goals. And I want to be more of a leader to my teammates. And, yeah.
Good.
My personal goals, I want to rush for no negative yards. And I also want to score probably at least twice every game.
My personal goals is 100+ tackles. I've missed a lot of tackles because I just got the experience, so I feel like that goal is very achievable now.
I want to be a double-digit sack guy. I want to lead the D-line, get pressure on the quarterback, help the secondary guys have an easier job. All starts up front. So
if they can't throw, catch it, right? That's how it works. Coach, being an assistant head coach for a number of years, now it's your chance to. What has surprised you the most, even in the short window, in regards to being the head coach? It's something that you didn't quite expect.
It's a positive, but there's just a lot of stuff that goes on outside of the football field, But at Palmetto, we have so many people around the program that want to help out in certain different ways, whether it's team meals or helping with Bible study or just promoting us. We got Tiger Vision. So, a lot of stuff, a lot of teachers trying to help out with our students. So dealing with all those people, it's awesome. It's just a lot of stuff outside the field. Again, that's a positive.
Right, because you sometimes say, how's this all get done? You open the door and there's all these eyes looking at you saying, we're here to help. What do you want us to do?
And that's awesome.
I didn't know
it's awesome.
That. Yeah.
We really have a community there at Palmetto that really want to support and really want to see these guys succeed.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
Coach, rivalry games and competing against some of the other schools in the area.
Sure.
What are you looking forward to when we think about the rivalry games?
I mean, we all know Palmetto Manatee are our rivals, and we're looking forward to that matchup. And then obviously our district, got to win our district. We got 2 local teams there.
Absolutely.
So those three things would be the first things that I think of. And then we got a tough matchup week 3 against Riverview. That's a local team that's been pretty tough the last few years.
We were talking with Kurt Bradley earlier,
Sure.
and he had mentioned, and I recognize that more as I'm doing my research and stuff. There's a lot of schools in Manatee County.
Yeah, there is. Yep.
And you have the opportunity to have a lot of potential rivalries.
Yeah.
So you had your
It's
rivalries,
great.
and now in this case, you talk about the Manatee rivalry. It's probably going to be these guys probably telling you some stuff before the game, saying, "This is how it is, Coach. This is your first one. We've been through a few of these things, so I guess you're going to get a little education when it comes to that one, even though you've been around for a while."
Yeah, I mean, I've been a part of a lot of big games in the
absolutely.
past. So, but really looking forward to that matchup. It's going to be an awesome environment, awesome scene. I mean, every year they play, it's going to be awesome. All eyes are on that game, so I'm really looking forward to it.
Guys, is there anything else you want to tell people out there when they think about you guys this season and some of the things you want people to know about you?
All I got to say is this year we coming.
There you go.
Simple as that.
There you go.
And I think he speaks for all of us when he says that it's gonna be a great year for us.
Definitely, it's gonna be a great year. So just watch out. We're definitely coming.
And the coach is smiling. He likes to hear this stuff. I can tell you right now. We're declaring it on.
We aren't going to shy away from anything.
No.
Oh, well, we've been hearing a lot of negative things about our school, and honestly, we just gonna prove them wrong. That's all I gotta say.
That's
A scary team is a team with something to prove.
Right.
That's us.
And like I said, what you just said though, it's if you believe in this, it's you can do all that stuff, and that's the good part about it. And don't lose that attitude, because it's the right way to be. Make sure you do what you need to do and get the job done. You got the talent. I know that. Now you got the coach to do it with. So that's great.
Appreciate it.
All right, guys, thank you for being here.
Thank you
We
for
really
having us.
appreciate it, Coach
Appreciate
Sanders.
it.
Good luck in
Awesome.
your first year. We'll
Thank
keep an
you.
eye on everything for you.
Thank you very much.
And thank you, Palmetto Tigers, for coming by. We'll be back right after this. We'll be back with Sarasota Christian. Be right back. And we are here for the season preview of the 941 Sports Zone podcast. The preview being about high school football here locally in Venice, not Venice, Florida, but in the area, the Suncoast area. I'm sorry about that. And by the way, I am John Masoni, and I'm back podcasting again on the 941 Sports Zone, and glad you guys could rejoin us again. Today we are at Carroll Buick GMC, located here in Venice, Florida. That's where I thought about Venice a little bit there. But appreciate them hosting not only the podcast today, but our Suncoast Gridiron Media Day that involved 12 of our local high school football teams, coaches, and players coming by for some conversation. My co-host today was James Hill from ABC7. He did a great job, and do appreciate his input and his participation in the media day. However, now we're going to do a little podcasting, and like we did it for many moons, for many weeks last year with the 941 Sports Zone. And I'm here with the Gondolier sports editor, Evan Lepak. Evan, thank you for being here with me. Appreciate it. This is our first time being on the 941 Sports Zone podcast. We do appreciate coming by.
It is my first time. I do appreciate it, John. I'm happy to be here. And fall practice on Monday. It's right around the corner, huh? Where does the time go?
It's football season has become I would almost venture to say it's a 9-month proposition now, especially now with the NFL they're tinkering with the idea of 18 games. So you're going to talk about football going into almost near to March, and then of course with football. Even at the high school level, in the college level, you have a few weeks or a few months off, and then you have spring football in both high school and college, so it kind of blends into that. And then you have whatever off season there is, and obviously there is an off season in high school football, as we've learned over the last couple months and years about how players are now have the ability to kind of switch schools and do some different things. So you're kind of keeping up with that as well. But no, it's going to be interesting football season, and we are glad to be back and doing the 941 Sports Zone podcast. With that, I will tell our old viewers that there will be some changes this year to the format a little bit. We've done a lot of stuff that was both local and national. We'll still do much of that as well, but we're going to try to concentrate a little bit more early on in this segment of podcasts we're going to do more about high school football. So with that, today, Evan and I are going to talk a little bit about some of the things that have been out there over the last few months, things that are changing with high school football, not only in the state of Florida, but nationally and locally as well. And it's really sort of the model, Evan, I think, where you're watching high school football mimic what's happening at the college level as far as some of the things that are happening with especially NIL and all that other stuff.
Right. Yeah, with the NIL getting ratified in the state of Florida yesterday, it's like the wild, wild west all of a sudden, right?
Yeah, and you're right. And when you look at it, it looks like it's sort of, it could be very benign and not a big deal, but in some ways, it's not going to be about the volume or the amounts of money that are going to be there. It's whether it's going to be being done properly. That's going to be the biggest thing. Because it's not something that the schools or the coaches have any sort of control over, or nor are they allowed to. So who's going to be the arbiter for them to do it the right way? I guess it's going to be on their own, and I think that's going to be a big problem where somebody might lead somebody down a primrose path and they're going to be in trouble over it.
Right. Yeah, I don't think it's going to take off. I mean, at least not right away. I mean, down the line, it might become bigger than it is now, obviously, with it just starting. But I saw a stat from Georgia. I mean, they've had NIL for a bit, and I saw a stat that said like 0.01% of the student athletes in Georgia have NIL deals at this point, like 44 out of 400-some thousand. So it really just depends if it takes off, because obviously it hasn't taken off there. And I know Florida kind of took from Georgia a little bit when it came to the NIL. So, I mean, we'll see where it goes. It's exciting to see. I think it's a good thing. I don't think it's a bad thing. But like you said, I mean, these coaches are worried about it being done right, and if it's done right, then fantastic. But, I mean, there are people with deep pockets that will try to take advantage of kids potentially, and that's what they have to watch out for.
No doubt. And we'll take a deeper dive into that a little bit later on in the podcast about what could go wrong and where things may end up, and where like you said, who really is going to be involved in that, who's going to really be the person that they're going to pursue in those situations. But first and foremost, we're going to talk a little bit about, as I looked around, I said, there was a switch in the classifications for the FHSAA. They had switched from what was the old school 7A, 6A, 5A classification with the districts attached to those, based on the size of your school, and they usually had for over the years they've expanded it from 4 to 6 and up to 8 classifications. What was happening at the time was that they were finding out that a certain amount of schools from a certain geographic areas were winning most of the state championships. That being the city of Miami, the city of Orlando, Jacksonville, Tampa, those big metropolitan areas were winning most of the state championships, and the suburban or the smaller areas were only winning a small amount of them. I will tell you that I think there was a study done where 88 state football championships were contested from over 11 years, and only 5 of them were won by a suburban, what they classified as suburban school. 83 other ones went to the metro schools, and of those 5 teams or 5 championships, Venice had 2 of the 5.
Right.
And so you look at that and you say, well, that means there's only 4 schools that were actually able to do that. So they try to make a model where they will allow some of the suburban schools to have opportunities to win state championships. However, I'm not sure that was it worked out maybe a little bit, but I don't think it was working out. Powerhouse schools are going to be powerhouse schools.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And even while there was maybe one classification here that got into that, it was the comparisons were being made to like saying, well, could the 2S school even compete with the 2M school and that kind of thing. So I don't think it was really it didn't really resonate the way they'd hoped it would, and they went back to the old classification.
I'm kind of surprised that they switched back, honestly. I didn't think the suburban metro thing was not successful. I thought we saw some parity. I will say I think, like Coach Peacock said earlier today, with public versus private, obviously I think that would make more of a difference, but that's much more of a difficult thing to go through. I do like the idea of the open division. I wish it was bigger than 8. I know they just approved the 8-team format, but they were talking about 32 teams earlier this year. I think that would have been really fantastic to see who the best teams in the state of Florida are as far as football goes. But I'm excited to see where that goes as far as the top 8. I think we'll get some more parity with the top 8.
Yeah, I think it's going to be, you're going to see a lot of familiar names, teams that are traditionally national powerhouses out of the state of Florida. You're going to see them sort of in that category, and I think it does. You talk about how things trickle down from the college level with NIL, but even the format took the NCAA. 25 years or over they've been talking about playoffs, and it was all different things, and it was a simple model.
Yeah.
The model was, and I grant you it's a little bit different, but this concept that the student athlete was going to be overused or over too many football games, it wasn't fair to them. But at their lower level, Division I AA back in the day, or FCS now, they've been having a playoff forever. So why was it okay for the guy to play 15 games at Mount Union or Wisconsin Whitewater or those schools, but not okay for somebody at Ohio State to do it? It made no sense.
Right.
It was really about money. It really about where the money was going to be led. And so, of course, now they've got a model that, from a playoff perspective, is going to be not only financially a win for the NCAA, but as far as the popularity of the game and as far as the excitement of the game, man, after rivalry week and you start having these playoff games, it's going to be fantastic.
It's going to go up. I mean, one thing that I thought of when I was thinking about the open division of Chaminade Madonna last year in the state championship, it was 56-0.
Right.
Like a team like that does not need to be playing. I mean, they need to be in the top 8. They need to be competing against the best that they possibly can.
They were at one point in time they were ranked in the top 5 or 4 in the country.
Right.
And rightfully so. If you watch them play, they had athletes that didn't look normal.
No.
They had a quarterback who was 6'5". They had 2 receivers that were 6'6". They can run. They can. I mean, that's just 3 players, and it's amazing how what they were able to build in a very small school. But obviously, it goes back to what you said earlier. That Coach Peacock mentioned a public school, private school scenario. Coach Bradley from Southeast also earlier today mentioned the same thing.
Okay.
2 veteran coaches who've been through the playoff system in the state of Florida. and gotten beaten by the private school.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you're like you say, well, this is really not a fair shake. They
Right.
get to do these different things because they have something to offer,
Mm-hmm.
and so that's a big issue, with that, and so I that's where they kind of get it because they've been down that road.
Right.
So it is a model that's been pretty much at the at the levels in other states.
Mm-hmm.
The northern states have predominantly have had a public private school, or I've heard it called Catholic League, or
Yeah.
different things like that, where they're like, no, you guys, you play each other during the season, that's great, but when the playoffs start, this is your playoffs and this is your playoffs, and you go win yours and you go win yours and off you go.
Mm-hmm.
I think that represents itself a little bit fairer, but I don't know if the state of Florida is willing to kind of push that envelope. I have a few ideas as to why. I don't know if maybe you have any reasoning behind that.
I can't think of any, honestly. It like a lot of what the state of Florida does when it comes to high school athletics doesn't make a lot of sense to me, to be honest.
It's a lot of what happens is in this case, you've had perennial powers, where they're it's sort of, so like the state of Florida, bragging rights in some ways sounds so trivial, but in some ways it's true.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, if you got a St. Thomas Aquinas, and they're a nationally ranked team, we want them to play for championships. We we don't want them to be sort of doing exhibition stuff or being separated out and how somebody they want to keep that stuff flowing, and I think they're grandfathered into this, or they're grandfathered into that, but they're not. If you classify it as a private school, they're still going to play. They're going to play some quality football teams, and everybody gets their fair shake at a championship, as opposed to the team that has the loaded gun, and you've got a slingshot,
Right.
going at it. So I think that's part of it, and I think sometimes it's just, who lobbies the hardest, who's got the bigger voice in the room. Is it hard for a public school guy who's got very little backing from his local school board or his local whatever it may be? He's going to go fight a fight with some state entity because he can't get past the second round of the playoffs because he's got some private school in his way. I don't know how far that's going to take it.
You're not going to win many of those battles, unfortunately.
No, there's no doubt about that. I go back to what you said about the top 8 schools.
Mm-hmm.
I think that will be an opportunity for the FHSAA to make some money.
Oh yeah,
because now you can sell that whole deal to a network. It's broadcastable. If you're one of those 8 teams, you're probably going to get some residuals off it as well, I would think.
Mm-hmm.
If you're willing to, it's hard to say to somebody, no, you're doing this instead of this, without some sort of reward for getting there.
Right.
Because like I said, we talked about, if you said about your 32 team model, how would you like to be the 32nd team or the 33rd team? The 33rd team gets to play for a state championship more than likely. The 32nd team is playing a number 1 team.
Yeah, they're in trouble.
Yeah,
so it's either way, you're going to have people upset in that scenario as well.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that.
I don't know what you think about this, but I think when it comes to FHSA and money making, when it comes to football, I feel like the venue, it's not permanent enough.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw any of the. You're probably at the Venice State
I
Championship.
was, yeah.
I would assume so. And I mean, the crowd was
sparse.
Yeah, and it was kind of like that at all the state championship games. So I feel like for some reason, they can't keep a venue permanent, and then I feel like they're kind of losing luster because of that.
Yep.
And I feel like it would help a lot if they get a permanent venue, maybe Orlando or something. You know what I'm saying?
Orlando was the best spot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you had everybody could get there for about the same amount of time, no matter where you were coming from. And you would think they would lock a long-term deal into that, but I think they want to put it out to the highest bidder. Somebody will bid more.
Here we go again with the money, right?
Correct. So they're trying to make some money, and I get that. It's a big money-driven thing for them. But how much more money would you get if you had a packed house or more people?
Yep.
Tallahassee was a tough one, because it's a long drive for everybody. They even to be quite honest with you, the 1A classification is really meant for just the Panhandle. Because they have a lot of those small rural schools that it makes no sense for them to travel to parts, down to Miami for a state championship game when they're both 40 miles apart from each other in the Panhandle. So they played in Tallahassee.
And that makes sense too.
It makes sense. I heard a model or an idea, which again it was a administrator who had an idea. I thought it was pretty enlightened, where it's like why would you not be able to do something where the higher ranked team and in the state championship, you could have it where you have a preordained regional area where you can play out of. Let's say like Venice would be the higher ranked team in the state finals, and they're playing, I don't know, they're playing somebody from Jacksonville. Well, Venice gets the advantage. You play in Tampa.
Yeah.
And not every venue. But I guess that was, it's difficult to do that because you got to make arrangements and referees and you got to be all over the place. I get that may be a problem, but you would probably get a lot more people to the games at some point. Then another model was, why don't you let the highest ranked team, just host the game and have it at the site. If you think about, like, let's say I'll use Riverview as an example. Let's say they were hosting a state championship game. There'd be 40,000 people trying to go to that game because everybody would want to go. Everybody who was here today in regards to the football coaches and the people who follow high school football would flock to watch a state championship. They go up the road to watch the local rival play a state championship game.
Right.
So that's another idea. And, of course, then it's just basically if the local school gets a piece and the state gets the rest, you're charging $25 a ticket or whatever you would do. It would be a huge windfall for them. But, again, trying to change that or trying to get that in place would be difficult.
Sounds like a logistical nightmare.
Well, yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It does. It might be too much. But, again, and could the stadium hold it? And what if the stadium that the winning team was not able to handle so many people?
Right.
So there's no guarantees with that. So I get all those different things. But until that happens, obviously we're going to have to be at the whim of what the FHSAA decides to do as far as where they're going to have their games. But the model, like you said, the one spot, pick a permanent spot, and be done with it, or at least even if you had two spots, because even Tampa would be I would somewhat say a middle ground scenario.
Okay.
So Tampa 1 year, Orlando 1 year would be okay.
And I didn't hate Bragg Memorial Stadium. Like, I thought it was pretty decent. It's just like you said, Tallahassee. Like, for everybody to go up there and travel, that's just what's going to happen. Like, that travel is going to cause the attendance to be what it is.
And even with the limited amount of attendance, they still had some trouble logistically getting buses in and out and people in and out because it's kind of a neighborhoody kind of stadium where it was. So even that was sort of like, God, this is not the easiest thing to get to or to park or whatever it may be. So those bigger stadiums that are more, conducive to that kind of thing. Even so, let's say like we talked about it. Let's say you couldn't do it in Orlando because they got 3 bowl games back to back to back. Well, UCF has a nice stadium, and it's more size wise what you would probably see a high school football game at as opposed to a 90,000 seat thing. Whatever it was the right size. It would be the right size. So I thought that would be something as well. So again, it's one of those things where you're going to kind of just sort of, I guess you can send a lot of smoke signals up to Gainesville and see what they say, but it's going to be how they react to it, and if they react to it in some ways.
Right.
Does it suit them to do so? Because it's going to have to be worth their while as well.
Yep. We'll see where it takes us.
Yeah, no doubt. And once again, we are here at Carroll Buick GMC, the host for the Suncoast Gridiron Media Day we had earlier today, and of course, hosting us with our 941 Sports Zone podcast today. With that, I'm going to take a quick little pause, and we'll come back and talk a little bit more about some of our local teams and what's going to go on a little deeper with the NIL stuff as well. We'll be back here at Carroll Buick GMC in a few minutes. And we're back here with the 941 Sports Zone podcast coming out of Carroll Buick GMC. I'm here with Evan Lepak. Evan Lepak from the Venice Gondolier. We're talking a little bit of 2024 area high school football stuff, preview stuff. We just had our Suncoast Gridiron Media Day. We had 12 teams show up, and it was a fun time. I think all the kids and coaches get a lot out of it. They get a chance to sort of pump their brand and get the kids get a chance to get to be in front of a camera and for a change, as opposed to being just sort of highlights and whatnot. And the coaches, again, we had a lot of first-year coaches get out there and they can get their message across as well. So it was a fun day, and we just figured we'd just kind of do our first podcast of the year following that, because of a little momentum going into the high school football season for sure.
Right.
So, Evan, we talked a little bit earlier about the classifications and that kind of stuff. Locally, we had some teams last year that did very well. There were some teams that did. By the way, before I forget, thank you to Francis Haynes and Vibrant Aspect Media. Francis has always been the engine that drives our podcasting, our live streaming, and all different stuff, coaches shows. So thanks to Francis and the Vibrant Aspect Media folks. They do a great job. And you can see these podcasts on their website, or just look up 941 Sports Zone to see the archives of all of our podcasts. With that, so we had some successful situations last year. ODA, off the bat, they won their state championship. I think it was their classification in SSCA. They did really well. You had Cardinal Mooney with the first state championship for Cardinal Mooney.
What a wild game that was.
Yes, we were watching. I say we, the Venice Indian crew, were up in Tallahassee watching it, and it was a very entertaining game from a lot of perspectives.
Right.
And it was congratulations to them as well. Booker made it to the semifinals of the state championships.
Yep.
Cocoa, talked to Coach Scotty Littles today. Cocoa was a team that they're nationally ranked this year as well.
I think they ended the final FHSAA football rankings. They were number 1.
Yeah.
So
when you watch Cocoa, they don't look overwhelming. They're polished.
Yep.
And they watch them what they do, and they're slick. They do a lot of good stuff. They got a quarterback who distributes the ball as well as anybody I've seen.
Just committed
at the
to
high school.
Michigan, I think.
Yeah, and when you saw him, you think, well, he didn't. There's guys that they pop off the screen. You're like, whoa, look at that guy, and boom, he hit guys that could catch in traffic.
Yep.
Just a really, really solid setup, and so that's where Booker hit their wall. Venice went to state finals and lost to Lakeland for the second year in a row. I brought that up to Coach Peacock today. He knows that you have to ask those kind of questions, because that's where you can't avoid it. But I know it just motivates him and grinds him a little bit more to do some stuff.
I know he's sick of hearing about Lakeland.
Yeah,
I know that.
There's no doubt about it. Well, and again, you kind of. I think when you lose a game like that, and it's you lost to them 2 years in a row, while it stings right then, you think what really bothers you, now I got to hear this stuff for the next year or longer or whatever it may be. So that sort of is not something that head coaches like to have to be their narrative for a long period of time.
Probably what bothered him even more was just the fact that they really played out of character in that state title game, I felt like. I mean, they were in there on a roll. They had won 10, 11 games in a row, and all by double digits. They were really rolling, but Lakeland, they're kryptonite for whatever reason the last couple of years. And
it's one of the things that we talked to Coach Mensing from Lemon Bay, who they've got a chance to do something special this year as well, win back-to-back district championships for the first time ever. But he talked about how his philosophy in the game was to slow the game down. He doesn't like to punt. He goes for 2 things he said, but he slows the game down. He puts pressure on you by slowing it down as opposed to making it faster.
Right.
If you play Venice and they play fast, and you can control the line of scrimmage and play slower, it really is the kryptonite. It is the one that gets them. It gives a lot of trouble. If you go out there and play fast and you don't score, and the other team gets the ball and it's a prolonged 8 to 9 minute drive or beats you up, it sort of lends itself to you can score fast, but you start getting in that back and forth, and then it doesn't lend itself to an easy time.
Yeah, Lakeland had some bruising running backs from what I remember as well, and they just kept throwing them at them.
And that's their style. That's always been their style, and you expect that. But again, locally, I think there's going to be a lot of good teams, and I think one of the things that you saw today is that there is a lot of fresh faces. One of them that did not make it today is Ace Sanders. up at Bayshore. He's another new coach. He didn't make it down today, but there's been a lot of changeover. A lot of people starting new, and so you look at that and say, where are these programs going to go? Sarasota was a 1-win team last year. Southeast won 0 games, and they've gotten themselves with some pretty high-level head coaches. You got Amp Campbell at Sarasota, and you've got Kurt Bradley to leave Braden River to go to Southeast. These guys are winners at all levels, and they've been done some pretty significant things. So, looking at first-year coaches, Coach Mensing's the head. He's taken over a program that's successful,
and he has a state championship caliber coach.
Absolutely,
coming up from Michigan.
So I'll give you that first one. Lemon Bay Coach Mensing. You've met him, super personality. High-level guy. What'd you take away from him?
Like you said, you took the words right out of my mouth. I was very impressed with him as a coach. Lemon Bay last year was a really, really good team. Had a lot of special players on the offensive side of the ball. Going 10-2 is a special season for them. Like you said, district title, not something that they always do. But it's going to be an uphill climb. I read a story from Patrick Aubley, the sports editor at the Daily Sun. He did a spring football story on Lemon Bay a couple months ago, obviously, just getting to know Coach Mensing and what he's doing, what the team's kind of going to look like. And they lost over 90% of their production, whether it was rushing yards, passing yards, total yards.
Yeah.
So they have a steep hill to climb, but it sounds like this guy is going to be the guy for the job. That if anybody can do it, it's him.
Right. No doubt about it. Another person. This is not a first-year coach, but a scenario that's been in the making for a number of years is Coach Belser down in Northport. I know you had a chance to talk to him as well. He's got he did something that I would probably say wasn't as popular maybe with the community, and maybe that he said, look, we're going to take a pause here, not stop football, but we're going to get out of this ruck we have, this muck we're in, because we have a high populated school,
right?
And we're playing all these schools locally that are so established and sort of doing their thing that we're just never going to get it undone. So he went freelance and sort of scheduled teams that were up to the caliber of athlete was the same as where he was at.
Right.
Well, had a 6-4 record last year and looks to build on it with a tougher schedule. Again, that's a pretty interesting story down there in Northport.
Yeah, like you said, they've only been a varsity program since 2012, and for most of those seasons coming up to last year, you're looking at 0 wins, 1 win, 2 win seasons.
Right.
Like just struggling to
and
field a team.
And watching talent. Yeah, there wasn't even able to field a team. They couldn't play in a playoff game one year or whatever it was, or last game of the year or something. And then of course you have the talented players who are. They're only, a few minutes from Port Charlotte, a few minutes from Venice, and other places where they can go to, and they're taking advantage of what the state allows them to do. And next thing you know, you're like, do we have a program anymore? What's going on? So
I think it was a good strategy. I understand why there'd be some blowback, just because you are playing easier opponents,
right?
Fine, but at the same time, you're trying to build a program. You're trying to get kids in uniform on the field, on the sidelines. You're trying to get kids excited to play football for Northport. And that's just, if you're winning, the kids are going to come.
Right.
Like, people are going to be more interested, and confidence is going to build. And if you continue on that trajectory, then you can get off the independent road and get back into classification. So I think that's the strategy. I don't think it's a bad one. I think it was good. Obviously this was the team's 6-4 is the first winning record in program history.
Right.
So I think it's a good idea. Obviously, they're going to do it again this season, see how it goes. And I'm assuming that after this season, they'll look at it a little harder about going back into a classification.
Yeah, I think that's got to be forever in sort of this freelance scenario. Would probably be a backwards movement after a while. I'm not doing this. Let's go play at the level where we need to be at. So hopefully that works out for him as well. As far as everything concerned, the powerhouses in the area, there's perennial powers over the years. So you've got your Venices, you've got your Riverviews, you've got your Manatees. But I think the some of the schools that have been very talented and have done something that have had sporadic success in some ways, like a Palmetto or a Booker. I think those schools now are more focused, because I think sometimes the success of a Cardinal Mooney last year, of a Venice for a few years, look around and say, you know what, we can do this. Why can't we? There was before the 2000 state championship at Venice, there was only one football state championship ever.
Yeah.
In the Sarasota County.
It's crazy to think about, honestly.
Right, and so you look at it and you say, okay, what happened? And then all of a sudden, like, why you always say you could do it, did you believe it? And now the guy down the road is doing it. It sort of lends itself to promoting that. So I think you're going to see some teams that have been perennially talented football teams now say to themselves, I've played against those guys. I've seen it. I know it can be done. Now with the right coach and the right situation, we're going to make this happen. So I think some of those teams, anybody like that you can think in your mind that might be a similar scenario.
What do you mean?
Like a team that you think that would, they're 6-4, they're 7-3, but never really getting sort of over the hump, so to speak.
In this area?
Yeah.
Well,
I'll give you a couple ideas.
Braden River's been around 500.
Yeah.
Palmetto also around 500. They're trying to get over the hump.
Well, I think Palmetto is the one that stood out for me today. I think they're one of them. I also think that like what's going on at Lakewood Ranch. Now, I say Lakewood Ranch because they've got a population around them that's good.
Right.
They got a coach who's a hometown guy. If there's something to that. Come home and coach your team, or come home in the same area at least. But he's a Lakewood Ranch graduate, and sometimes when you say, "Hey, I was in your shoes," and they really were, and you really it lends itself to it.
Right.
Understanding the community in some ways is very, very important. Again, because it's the easiest one, but I could say with Venice.
Yeah.
Coach Peacock went to Cardinal Mooney, but he's a Venice guy. He's from Venice. He grew up in Venice. And so he understood he watched his whole life growing up, watching what was expected in the culture and the community, how the community rallied around things. And what he knew knowing that if you galvanize that community itself, it sort of propels the team and the kids want to be there because, hey, I'm the popular guy on campus now, or everybody knows my name, or they want to come up and shake my hand. That kind of stuff lends itself to it. And sometimes I think they've always been, I wouldn't call them dangerous, but I'd say they had the potential to be a team that could really build that community bond to propel a team. So they're one I looked at as well. As far as the perennial powers too, I think Manatee is
especially recently.
Yeah,
Jack Wesgreen's doing a great job.
You're right, and you go there and they're. Sometimes you walk into some places and it just has that feel to it. Manatee's one of those places. You walk in, you're like, okay, this is real. Stuff has happened here. You know what I mean? Big time stuff. And so I think they're one to watch as well. I will say this too, not just from a team perspective. You hear there's a lot of coaches talking about their culture and different things, but I've also think that coaches I hear a lot more offensive mindedness at the high school level. I don't know if you see the same thing.
Well, I mean, covering Venice like I do, I can understand that. Yeah.
Yeah. But I think some of these coaches now, Evan, I think they're sort of like, hey, you know what? It's offense is cool. It's like, hey, this is fun. Let's go have fun out there. A lot of bands playing, the people are cheering.
It's a selling point.
It is. And I'm not saying offense is easier to teach. I don't think that's the case in some places, but I mean, you have a extremely talented one or two athletes on the offensive side of the ball. It can mean it's a big difference.
Game changer.
Where on defense, you're dependent upon everybody else. You can have a great linebacker, but if that D line's no good, he's getting blocked all day. What can he do? Kind of thing. But if you have a couple of good athletes,
it's hard to double team them at that point.
And you go to Venice games, or go to any high school game, Lemon Bay or whatever. They're I can't wait to see number 2, or I can't wait to see number 5, or whatever, because that's the guy with the ball in his hand.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They're not saying, hey, I want to go see 99 because he took on 2 blockers.
Right.
99 is as important as 2, but sometimes it's more, and then you get more people involved and the kids. And by the way, most kids who play high school football, the guy who's wearing number 99 has no design to be number 2.
Yeah.
Because he's not that. His body don't work that way.
No. If you know football and if you love football, you love a guy coming off the edge though on defense. I will say, or a linebacker running up the middle. nothing beats it. I mean, you love the offensive side, but man, nothing beats a nice hard hit in the backfield on defense.
Well, when you're in those games, especially a rivalry game or something like that, normally the play you remember is the defensive play, the tackle of the guy that was about to go in,
right?
The interception, the fumble recovery. Those are usually the plays. Like I said, remember that because after a while, although they're exciting, they're plentiful. There's a lot of touchdowns that get scored, whereas that one defensive play that saved the game kind of deal is always sort of
memorable.
It is. It's definitely memorable. So yeah. But I will say this: last year I made a prediction that I thought that 3 teams would win the region, and I thought that 2 teams would win the state championship, and I got the 3 of them right. I had Venice, Booker, and Cardinal Mooney last year, and I did predict Venice and Cardinal Mooney to go to the state championship. This year, I'm going to tell you that I think that instead of talking about the top, I think that the teams that have had some tougher years, the Sarasotas and the Southeasts, are going to have an enormous improvement. I know it's 1-year coaches, but I think those are the right guys to turn it around. Those are the right guys to the messaging is going to be proper. So I'm going to say that with the local teams, watch out for those teams that have struggled, and with having new coaches come in and watch how they do very well this year. I think.
Sorry to cut you off, but you're basing that prediction off the new coaches. You just feel like those are the guys that are capable of turning it around right away.
I honestly, when I look at it and say, like, I've seen a Kurt Bradley coach team. I haven't seen Am Campbell, but I know he's been a coach for a while. I know he has a pedigree. I know that sometimes it takes a voice that people validate or trustworthy. Am Campbell's going to come in there and like I said, they're going to hear more Nick Saban stories. He was talking about Saban coached them at Michigan State.
That's awesome.
It's cool to hear him tell stories, and those kids, that name resonates. You're saying, wait a second, you were in the room with Coach Saban, this is what he did?
They're going to listen.
They listen. All of a sudden you're like, what do you know? Where they may be like, oh, okay, I kind of understand it. No. And then you did it. It validates him that he was a player. He did some things locally. He did some at Michigan State. Did all kinds of. He's a well thought of guy. And then so I think those kind of things sort of help push a program, that especially when you've got a burrow. When you walk in there the first day and you're the head coach and you're looking at a 1-win team or a no-win team,
right?
You got to pick up the morale pretty quick, and maybe sometimes just your name recognition is a one step to get you on the morale building situation.
I mean, the biggest thing when it comes to building a culture, you have to get these kids on your side and get them to listen to you.
Right.
And when you're pulling out names like Nick Saban, that's an easy way to start that for sure.
100% right. Again, so with that, I see that part of it as well, and I do believe that at the top level, you'll see at least 2 teams this year go back to the state finals.
What are teams? Obviously, Venice.
So I'll throw a handful of them out there that I think have a definite shot at it. I think Port Charlotte has a shot at it. I think they have pushed that. You start to see now where Coach Ingman has got his team sort of. They're there. They're not thinking about if they can do it. They're already convinced of it. When you get to that level, now it's just a matter of breaking that barrier.
They're a complete team, I feel like.
I totally agree. I totally agree, and I think, and again, he's been around a while. He's established himself. He's not somebody who's trying to prove himself to anybody.
Right.
He had mentioned about the one kid left, and this guy comes in and everything. He's like, no, we're going to keep doing what we're doing. You want to come here to play football? That's what you want to do. That's your prerogative. But we're not changing anything. You got to fit us.
Right.
And that's when you get to that point, and you that kid's great, but hey, if he doesn't fit here, we're going to move on without you. That's where it starts to make a difference. Obviously, Venice. I think Venice will be up there again. I will say that I think that Palmetto has a real chance to do something in a short window to kind of do that stuff. ODA. I mean, you got to think right there. That's one that you got to think that they may be the most solid of the teams, having a lot of guys come back, and just the idea of what they're doing is something that I think is a really big deal. Lemon Bay. The only thing I'd say to you is I had to look at their classification pretty hard, but I think Coach Mensing might be a guy who could be while Coach Southwell had a great run there, he might be the guy who can tweak that and just get that where it's like he coaches them past a certain point.
Right.
Just again, I've heard things, his pedigree. I've talked to some people who did a deep dive into who he was, and I was like, I can see that. And if I meet him and he's like personality plus, I'm like, that guy would be fun to play football for. He's like he had that bit about him. So
Right.
I think that's the case. But so I think that's sort of what I'm looking at. But I think a lot of, again, I think those are the ones that I kind of see. Could Manatee make a run? Yeah, of course they are. They expect it there. They really do. Riverview always is a tough school. Obviously, I look at them as well and say that they're just. I mean, they've been just a play away here and there from in a lot of cases. So I think they're another one to definitely to look at. So there's definitely some, and it's good to say because this area, this is what when other teams are doing well, it propels usually other teams to do the same.
Right.
I know that guy. Well, how come he's doing it? And that kind of thing. So I think that's the case as well. So we'll see. I think it's going to be a very interesting football season in regards to not only what's on the field, but again, a little bit what's off the field, which we'll get back to after this break. Take a quick break again, and then we'll talk a little bit more about the NIL stuff and how it could be an influence or a positive or a negative influence on what's going on in high school sports. With that, we'll take a break from Carroll Buick GMC and be right back here with the 941 Sports Zone. See you in a bit. And we're back here with a 941 Sports Zone following our Suncoast Gridiron Media Day here at Carroll Buick GMC. And I'm here with Evan Lepak from the Venice Gondolier. Evan, we talked a little bit earlier about the NIL with high school sports. Because it is sports again. Everybody thinks it's football. No, it's sports,
it's
and
all
I think,
sports, yep.
and because these you watch now at the college level, you've got the Lizzie Dunn. Am I saying?
The gymnast.
Yeah,
Yep.
Livy,
LSU.
not Livy.
Yes.
Livy Dunn. Who's making more money than a lot of guys playing football, right?
Yep.
And she markets herself fantastically. So this it's for everybody to do. how will it work is a question that I was going to pose to you, but more than that, I'll say this: is it a disaster waiting to happen? I guess it would be better to skip to that question, because everybody's going to go into it with an idea of what it's supposed to be, and it's not going to be what they think it's going to be.
Right.
What do you think?
Yeah, I think the biggest problem right now is so fresh and new that people don't know what to think of it. Like, some people will have one opinion about it, and then you talk to another person, it's completely different.
Right.
So it's like people just need to educate themselves on what exactly it is and the do's and the don'ts and all of that, and that's the biggest thing right now.
Right.
Once we get a more stable idea of what it is and what you can do with it, I think it's a positive thing. And I think the worries will more or less go out the window. Obviously, there's always going to be bad apples, bad eggs, people that are going to try to take advantage of other people. That's just going to happen. But it's all about educating in order to kind of make sure that stays to a minimum. That's all you can do, unfortunately.
Right.
So.
Right. No matter what you do in a situation like that, there's going to be somebody who does it the wrong way on purpose.
Yep.
So it's not because they just have bad intentions, and so that's always going to be the case. So hopefully you can sort of have some structure in place. I think most of the coaches that even came up today were like, it's going to happen. So we have to. We can't ignore it. We have to be able to look at it. And now they can't be involved in any facilitation of that stuff. But they have to look at it and say, well, when something goes cockeyed, I got to let them know or get involved in some way, because it's going to affect somebody's eligibility and you name it. So there's all kinds of things that can go wrong. Not to mention people sign the wrong thing, and next thing you know they're indentured to somebody that they weren't supposed to be or shouldn't be, for that matter.
And you don't realize the lingo, the language of what you're signing, and the next thing you know, you're liable for a lot of money.
Yeah.
That you might not.
You didn't realize that wasn't mine. I borrowed it. That kind of thing. So that's the deal. I think it's going to be the most interesting. Yeah. I do believe also that there's going to be a small percentage of student athletes that get sort of an NIL scenario. That would be significant in some way, but none of it. I've talked to a few people that have been involved with sports agents and whatnot, and they're like, this is not going to be something that a sports agent wants to get involved in or somebody like that, because an agent's going to get in some scenarios is not going to get any residuals on a relationship from a high school kid till 6 or 7 years after they're out of high school.
Yeah.
So do you want to commit to that kind of relationship for that long based on what somebody's sophomore year as a baseball player looked like?
Right.
I don't think you do. It's those scenarios. Look at the NFL draft. Okay, you look at guys that are, let's say, they play at the Toledo, or they play at Youngstown State, or something along those lines, right? And they came out of high school and they were 6'4" wide receiver, and by the time they get to their senior year, they're a 6'4", 280-pound rush end, because they had a growth spurt and they had some eating disorder they didn't know, and all of a sudden, kaboom, they grow up, and they didn't play against competition, but they're a third-round draft pick. So those guys are everywhere.
Right.
Okay, but on the flip side, there's a lot of guys who are 5 stars who come out of whatever high school they've been at, and they've been treated like prima donnas. They have no desire to do whatever they're going to do. They said, what do everything came so easy to me. It's going to come easy, and then they do nothing. How do you commit one way or the other? How do you know? You just don't know.
You don't.
So it's going to be. I think it's going to be very. It's going to be. It'll be something, but it won't be as significant as what you'll see as they get closer and closer to professionalism.
I agree. Yeah, you're looking at the 4- and 5-star big-time football players in high school that are going to get the looks of the big-time deals. Other than that, you're talking about small potatoes, which is big for a high school kid.
Right.
It doesn't matter what the size necessarily, and it's good for the preparation for the college level. Because NIL in college obviously is big, so it's kind of it's kind of a transition, kind of gets them knowing the idea of what it's all about prior to going to college, and you have no idea what's going on.
Right. I'll say this to you. So from a football perspective, I don't know how much it'll have some effect with football. I think it's the sports that don't have a ton of scholarships to offer. Like what's baseball in college? 12.5 scholarships or something like that. Not everybody on the team that you're watching is a scholarship athlete.
Right.
They're paying to play. You know, you get an invitation to play at Florida State, and by the way, we don't have a scholarship for you, but by the time of your junior year, we can give you half a scholarship or whatever it may be, and you got to earn it in some ways.
Yeah.
That might be a difference maker if you're a really good high school baseball player, and you can put together an NIL deal
as a walk-on. Yeah.
And all of a sudden you're like, yeah, I got enough money to pay for school for a year or two, and I can stay here until I get my scholarship.
Mm-hmm.
It might be an option. So that could be something as well. So you don't know. And again, they're also potentially can make it at an earlier age.
Mm-hmm.
So all of a sudden, like, hey, I can get paid to be a minor leaguer, although it may be less than the NIL deal from the high school. And traveling all over the place on a bus. But again, it's something that might be helpful for those athletes.
Mm-hmm.
Again, the ones that you don't have 85 scholarships to hand out like the football team does.
Yep.
So that kind of thing. So we'll see. Ultimately, you said it before. I think it'll be a good thing once the dust settles.
Yep. It's these ADs and coaches, obviously they can't be involved with the actual deal-making process, but they can be involved with educating the kids and their parents as much as they can, and I think that's the most important thing at this moment.
Yeah.
At this time frame.
Yeah, no doubt. So it's here. It's hard to unravel something like this too. It's like they unraveled the classifications. But can you unravel that scenario? I don't know if you can. Once you let that cat out of the box, it's done.
It's not going back.
No,
Yeah, definitely not.
And I think that's why we heard some of the coaches say today, well, it's here and we have to deal with it. So that's how it works. I think most of them are glad though. They're not the ones facilitating it. They're the ones that who wants to have that next thing to deal with.
Right.
Because what happens in those situations, if we think about it from all of a sudden, like, oh, I knew the coach liked him better than my son or whatever it may be.
Right.
That
opens a whole other can of worms.
You don't want that.
Yeah.
Golly, could you imagine a booster parent meeting? Forget about it. It'd be like a riot.
Yeah.
You don't want any of that. Like
a shouting match for sure.
15 mad moms coming to get you because you got somebody else an NIL deal. No, that's not going to That's not going to work at all. No. So that would be a very tough situation. All right, we'll take another quick break. Come back and do one of our favorite segments for guests and ourselves, the "What's Bugging Me" section. I will still toss the kudos to Truly Nolan, who sponsored "What's Bugging Me." So that was kind of get a bug.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense, right?
That's funny.
Yeah,
that's
it's good.
Funny.
It makes very unique. So "What's Bugging Me" will come up next, and we'll do maybe a few predictions as well. With that, we'll take a break here from Carroll Buick GMC. Back for the 941 Sports Zone right after this. And we're back here at Carroll Buick GMC, host of the Suncoast Gridiron Meteor Date and our 941 Sports Zone podcast. I'm getting goofy here.
You're getting tongue fatigue.
Nah, pretty much. That's for sure. We're back here with our What's Bugging Me segment on the 941 Sports Zone, and Evan, you're the guest, so I'll let you go first as to what's bugging you in the sports world these days.
Well, I hope I didn't pick the same one as you, John.
Go ahead, go for it.
What's bugging me? I thought long and hard about this, but I said conference realignment in college sports.
Okay, no, you didn't. That's not mine.
Okay. It's especially obviously. I mean, I mean, you have the Pac-2 now with Oregon State, and
Yeah.
Washington State. You have Oregon, UCLA, USC in the Big Ten, Cal in the ACC. Like,
Yeah, Cal and Stanford, right? They went together. Yeah.
Yep. So it's just it's hard to like wrap my brain around how that makes any sense at all. And then unfortunately, like what bugs me about it is comes down to the dollar, and it's all about money. And of course, it makes the world go around. But it's just like when you look, it's like football. Fine, like okay, you gotta. Like they can afford to do all this traveling. You know, Cal I was looking at the numbers. They're traveling 83% of their distance in miles in their 5 road games this year.
Yep.
Over 21,000 miles. That's insane.
Right.
But the problem is like the other sports are affected by this as well. So like I mean, you don't need to have a baseball or softball team traveling across the country all season necessarily.
Right.
So like. That's what's bugging me, that it's affecting the other sports. It's bugging me that it's going to take me forever to get all this conference realignment done when I'm watching college football on Saturdays. And, I mean, Pac-2 is a joke. Like you saw the media day.
Yep.
They had an open bar.
Right. So the thing about it, you're 100% right. Because the NCAA has taken an interesting sort of approach to a lot of different change.
Mm-hmm.
It's been hands off. Mm-hmm. It's like let whatever's going to happen. I think they're scared of litigation. I think they're scared of getting the blame for it's wrong or whatever it may be. And I think what they're doing is they're trying to show everybody that there is a need for some governing body.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. They're saying like, look, when there's no rules and you can kind of do what you want to do, and look what you get. You get 2 teams in a conference. You get Cal and Stanford having to travel all the way to go all the way across the country to play a field hockey game or whatever it may be.
Yeah.
And you're going to look at it and they're going to say, here's what we're going to do. Why don't we, if we're going to do this right, we can still call it the SEC. We can still call it the ACC. We can still whatever, but it's going to be regionalized.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be so many teams in it. And you're going to play it like it's going to be. You play your own. Your own. Everybody plays each other.
Mm-hmm.
You may lose some rivalries from cross country stuff. Maybe play 1 or 2, but that's what's going to be. And then the winners come out and play each other, or the top 2, or whatever it's going to be. But we're not there yet. We're just at the point where it's like they just scrambled up all the letters and said, "Oh, figure it out from here."
Yep.
Which is unfortunate. But I mean,
and you have teams suing their conferences, like you saw Florida State and Clemson.
They had that media day was uncomfortable with basically the head of the conference basically calling Florida State out right there. I mean, he didn't so much to say, but he's like, people trying to leave and this and that, and we're strong, and I buy it. I buy what he's saying. But he's also feels jaded because, I know Florida State's done a lot for the ACC as far as football was concerned. But the ACC did a lot for Florida State back in the day because they were an independent that needed to get into a conference because they knew what was coming their way. So, yeah, I can understand that for sure. So, no, I agree with you. I think it's sort of a joke right now.
Mm-hmm.
And even in the conference like the SEC, I'm a Gator fan, and I got to go to Texas this year to watch a football game and whatnot. That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
But man, what happened to Florida Auburn? What happened to all those games that were like that the SEC was banked on? So at some point in time, you're not going to be the SEC anymore. You're going to be some sort of giant monster of a conference that the SEC sort of is some little entity of.
Yeah, I'm more okay with Texas and Oklahoma joining the SEC, but at the same time, it is just a money grab.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's just that's it. That's it.
There's no doubt about
they
that.
They can afford to do it, and that's what they're doing. But geographically speaking.
Right.
Got that right.
Yeah.
It makes some sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean you're going to the game.
We're gonna get tickets for the game, so
okay.
Looking forward to it. I try to travel to at least one a year. We got off the track a little bit. Went to Utah last year. That was a fun one.
Okay.
Because different environment. Wasn't a good game.
It was to start with.
Yeah.
So you have season tickets?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's cool.
Over the years, yeah. I'll sort of age myself. I've been a season ticket holder at Florida since 1984.
Very cool.
So I was just out of high school. So I mean, and that's when you're like, hey, let's get tickets. They're $50, you know. Right. And then next thing you know, you just never let them go after that. So it's pretty cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah, traditionally it's cool. It's a cool deal.
Go Gators.
Go Gators. What's bugging me? Okay, so certain things like, that you think, oh, it's regular whatever sports, but the Olympics are starting tonight. There's opening ceremonies, everything else. And there's a lot of cool things that happen in the Olympics. I mean, there's always these great stories. It's the guy he's a lumberjack, and he figured out he could throw a discus, and next thing you know, he's made it to the Olympics. Or it's somebody who struggled, had to work. So you've seen the Home Depot commercials where they're all Olympians working at Home Depot over the years, right? Those are always great stories. And the Olympian only gets one time in 4 years to shine. Okay, Simone Biles is a huge name, but she gets to do it. She gets this audience once every 4 years, and she's probably done after this, I would think. Right. Although if anybody could bounce around like her when she's in her 40s, probably could be her, right? Yeah. But so one of the traditions that I think is a pretty cool deal is being honored to be a flag bearer. Okay, and that means that you're representing your country, and there's usually some reason why you've excelled at your sport or something along those lines. But again, you're talking about usually somebody who's going to get that exposure because they don't get the exposure they normally do. Katie Ledecky, who is unbelievably good swimmer. Yep. I mean, she's only doing that, and she has a minimum amount of exposure to do that. She's a swimmer, and people know of her, but she's not doing it on TV every week. So they decided to give the flag bearer to LeBron James. Okay, it's infuriating from two spots. Number one, it's infuriating to me that the Olympic Committee would pick LeBron James. Okay, and it's even more infuriating that LeBron James would accept it because you get to be on TV 365 days a year. Yep. Either by something you said or something you commented on or a game you're playing in or whatever. You're a 40-year-old billionaire. Yep. Okay? You don't need to be the flag bearer. And if I'm the guy who busted his ass to be, again, I said the discus guy or whatever it may be, or whatever it be, and you have a chance to be noticed for that, and LeBron James gets it again, what is it? I mean, I get it. You say, "Oh, it's an honor." It is an honor, but you don't. You should be humble enough to say, but you should give it to somebody who gets to only once in 4 years or once in their lifetime for something they've worked their ass off to get, and you're gonna take that money shot away from them. Screw you. That's ridiculous. And then I'm nothing against Coco Gauff, but again, a professional athlete. And they're all professional athletes nowadays. I understand that too. Yeah. But what you're talking about, Wimbledon's not good enough for you. U.S. Open, I get it. I mean, I would be honored too, but I would look in the mirror and say, this is not for me. This is there's somebody a better story needs to be told than to trot two professional athletes out for something that just makes no sense. It makes no sense.
Is that do you know the process at all?
No, it's just I'm sure it's three yahoos. So wherever in Colorado Springs or whatever they have their headquarters, like, wouldn't it be great if LeBron got out there? And guess what? If I see after as they go to break after they go down the Seine River and the Olympic team and he's holding the flag, if I see a LeBron James commercial after that, I'll lose my mind.
Well, be prepared to lose.
That's
your mind,
right, because it's going to be some sort of thing. LeBron James, he hold the flag, and you should have his whatever. I'm telling you that if that happens, that'll be just that. It's unfortunate. I mean, bad decisions are made, and I do I understand that some rationale to that. Maybe they're trying to some Olympic notoriety comes from him doing that. But man, if I was on that, I mean, who cares? Yeah, he gets to carry the flag. He's done enough stuff to get attention put on himself. He don't need to do that. He should have been humble enough to push it off to somebody else who was deserving of it for sure. So that's what's bugging me.
I agree, and I can tell it was bugging you.
Oh, I was waiting for that one.
It was bugging you a little more than mine was bugging me.
I had that in the holster for a while. I might have done this just to do that. No, I'm kidding. That's fair. All right. Any predictions? And again, anything you want to talk about? If you want to predict baseball, football, anything you want to do, anything you're thinking that you might want to put your name on?
Well, the one One prediction I wrote down was a local thing.
Go for it.
I think that Venice is going to get 2 1,000-yard rushers again.
Okay.
This season, like they did back-to-back seasons.
Sure.
Obviously, Jemmers Wilder, Alvin Johnson was last year. I think it'll be Wilder again. Obviously, him transferring back from Booker, and then Dorian Jones going to be a sophomore this season. I love the way he runs the football. He had a really, really good game in the spring game, 165 yards and a touchdown against a pretty solid Naples team. I think he has what it takes, the way he runs, to be able to get to 1,000 yards, and it can be Wilder and Jones, 1,000 and 1,000, and back-to-back seasons. And I think last season was the first time Venice had 2 1,000-yard rushers in over 2 decades.
Yes.
So I think that's possible. So I'm throwing that hat in the ring.
And that's a lot to do with how unselfish both the running backs have been the last 2 years. To say that, it's your turn, you go, I'm good, whatever it may be, keeps you fresh. The running back position in the NFL, they have 5 of them now because they're keeping them fresh and they're not wanting to beat them up. And so it definitely lends itself for those guys to be, and with Wilder's situation, he's got a next level talent. So he's not carrying the ball 40 times a game to win a high school football game. He's carrying it 15. Whatever it may be, so that's good for him as well. So it helps him out.
It makes it even more impressive when you consider the amount of carries that they have only to get to 1,000. But
no, they are dynamic runners, different styles, but again, dynamic runners, and they're fun to watch. So, and I saw some guys today. I saw the guys from Booker. They look like they had some speed. So this is going to be some offense in high school football around here. In this next football season.
No doubt.
As far as predictions for me, so I you think about, like, hey, is it predict a champion or make a prediction, and it's kind of hard for me to look that far ahead because, especially with football, you never know what injuries are going to do and whatnot. But I'm going to predict something instead of a champion. I'm going to predict something that is a little close to my heart and a little bit, that I think that it's due to happen. I predict the New York Jets. That's my team that I've carried on my. I've wore the battle scars from them for a lot of years. Will win the AFC East. I won't go any further than that, but they will win the AFC East this year. I just think that talent-wise, they have that ability to do that. I think the teams ahead of them in Buffalo and Miami have sort of subtracted a bit from me. I think Miami's maybe a little less than Buffalo. Buffalo didn't do some things in the draft that I liked. They sort of they didn't get some replacements and whatnot. So I think that's my prediction just for now. Put that out there as an early NFL prediction. New York Jets, get it out of the way so I don't have to talk about it later on, will win the AFC East this year.
I know that you were probably really, really excited going into last season, and then 4 plays into it.
I actually got home from a podcast on a Monday night. And I walked in the door, and I went click, and somebody's like, I forget who it was. It was Joe Buck, and he's like, "This is a terrible situation." I'm like, "What is he talking about?" And I'm like, "No," and I just sat there and said, "Jets." That's it. That's the Jets thing. But I think that was so off the charts that some sort of cosmic balance has to come to the middle. And that's why I said I only predict an AFC East championship because that only puts me back to the middle. To go all the other direction would be insane. But I think that's where they're talented enough on both sides of the ball that they can do it.
I agree. If he stays healthy, Rodgers stays healthy, they got the pieces.
Yeah.
To at least, when was the last time they went to the playoffs? It's been a while.
They might be the longest one left, the longest tenured team to not make it to the playoffs. I'm pretty sure they are. That goes back to the Rex Ryan years. I'm pretty sure.
Was it 2010?
Could have been.
With Mark Sanchez.
Sanchez would have been the one. Yeah. I think that's pretty much it. It's been a while. It's been a while, and it's not like there has been droughts before. So it's definitely been. It's been a while. So no doubt. All right, man. You made it through a podcast.
Let's have a shared bold prediction.
Okay.
The Gators above 500 record this year.
I'll put it this way. He has to get to a point where he's there. Okay, meaning, he can't kind of stumble into a subpar year. He'll be gone.
Yep.
I think the motivation on the coaching staff, which I think has been lacking. I think this process he's been going through will go away because you got to win.
Mm-hmm.
You got to win games. I think he'll win at all costs. So I would say yes. I would say that they will be a game or so above 500, and that'll mean a bowl game, which is a huge deal. They haven't had a bowl game in a little bit, and he's dismantled the team, put him back together in his own vision. I will say this: the key to this team is going to be is Mertz.
Yep.
I mean, if you would have told me he would have done as well last year based on his Wisconsin stuff, I would have said, "Huh,
no,
you got to be kidding me."
Yeah.
I think Napier's got his players there now.
Mhm.
I think he's sort of got his team set up the way he wants to. So really, he has to go all in. He can't make silly decisions, game management decisions. He can't have certain things. I think he's been checked, and I think he's been figuring some things out. So I think he's going to win some games he shouldn't win.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's going to be what's going to put him over the top.
Yeah, I'll be happy with 7-5, which is sad to say. That's not really what you're hoping for.
No, not based on what you're used to. What you're used to is, I mean, again, my season ticket holder, I don't know of a run like this.
Yeah, me neither.
You know, you don't know of it. You don't ever think that was the run you're going to be on. You know, so and you thought with Mullen there, he was going to kind of maybe do it his way and get it back, and it's a one and done kind of. He has one good year, and then he starts to act like he doesn't want to be there. So it's
that was a weird situation. I won't lie. That was weird.
Crazy.
Yeah.
You know, but again, it's just when you start getting into that wash of coach after coach after coach, it can be tough. High school level, the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the guys that sat here today. We'll kind of finish on this, but Ingman, we're talking about him being he's been there 15 plus years.
Mm-hmm.
You had Bradley at Braden River, who was there for a while. Coach Peacock's been there for a while. There's consistency to that kind of thing. That just I like what Coach Holloway said. I'll never leave. They'll have to keep me around here as long as possible. There's something to that.
Yeah.
There's something to that. It's really cool. So we'll see.
I wouldn't want to leave ODA either with what they have.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. All right, everybody. Thank you for joining us. Evan Lepak, thank you for being here. Much appreciated.
Thank you, John. It was a pleasure.
No doubt. I shouldn't say no doubt. No doubt. Thank you for being here. That's what I was trying to say. And for you guys, again, thanks for watching. To Francis Haynes and the Vibrant Aspect Media guys. Hey, there you go. I said your name again. Yeah, there you go. And to everybody out there watching, we'll see you next time here on the 941 Sports Zone. Have a good night. And we're back here at our Suncoast Gridiron Media Day, and we're here with our final team of the day, last but not least, Sarasota Christian, with Coach Jacob Spen. Coach, thanks again for coming here. You were here last year. We appreciate you guys coming back.
Yeah, absolutely.
Big change for you guys this year. I'm saying that maybe it's not for you, but it went from going from 8-man football to 11-man football. Tell me what the challenges are and how if you're looking forward to all those new things.
No, we're definitely looking forward to it, and it'll be different. We've never done a kickoff before, so this is that. There weren't kickoffs in 8-man, but everything else really plays out the same. One thing that I'm really looking forward to is we'll have 3 more blockers. And I've tried to explain this to people that are 11-man that if they've never seen 8-man, it's like the defensive front is the same, and you just don't have any tackles to block them. So it's a unique. We had to learn some things in there, but I think that's going to play out well in what we do. And we've definitely been a team that was focused on skill position players, and so we're used to 7-on-7, right? You got 4 seconds to throw the ball. 11-man football, you probably really have 3. 8-man football, you got about 1.5. So it's going to feel like we got all day to get open. And,
it's going to be a whole. You said you had the extra blockers. You think about that, and that's a huge help, I guess you would say.
I think it's definitely generally true, right? We're not. I don't know that we'll have the same size as some of the teams on our schedule. We haven't the last couple years, but. This will be the first time as a school we've ever played with seniors that actually have experience. So, we've been super young. We're still super young. I mean, the core of our team is still going to be juniors and sophomores. That first year was really freshmen and 8th graders. I think that those things bode well. We've got a culture established. There's just a great camaraderie, and they have a lot of fun, and they're just looking forward to playing football.
Was this a plan that was in place for all along to get to a certain year, and then you're going to make the switch, or did you just kind of just say, well, now it's ready? Just kind of felt the right time.
The real initial plan would have been, hey, start 11-man and do it.
Mm-hmm.
This has probably worked out better than what I would have thought. I mean, the 8-man experience was really good for our school, especially for a school that just had nothing with football. You think it's not just like teaching the kids to play the game; it's the volunteers, it's the needs of a football program.
It's the whole community that built around that.
And our community, I think, in large part, jumped on that really fast and adopted that. And our atmosphere at home games is a lot of fun, and it kind of feels small town, and it reminds me of where I grew up a little bit. But it has that is really growing, and there's a lot of people just looking forward to, and it's. The biggest driving factor in going to 11-man is roster.
Right.
So we're going to have 55 to 60 players on Monday. Out of us, we're a high school at 200.
Right.
I was, as an athletic director, I always kind of tell our coaches, I think you can really. The success of a program, participation is a big factor in that. It wins, but you can have a few good athletes and win a lot of games. If you have a lot of people wanting to participate, I think that really speaks to the culture, and that's certainly what we've seen.
Things like, again, you're practicing against, you can have a practice with 11 against 11, that kind of stuff. And of course, that's a big difference when you don't have enough players to practice, and it makes it hard. It really does. Yeah. Players are here. Guys, you want to introduce yourselves? You want Coach to introduce you? How you want to do it? Got the microphone. You can pick it up and go right down the line if you'd like to.
You guys can introduce yourself. That works for me.
My name's Noah Spin, and I play strong safety.
Carson Spin, and I play defensive line.
I'm Justin Brock. I play receiver.
I'm Randall Collins, and I play tight end and defensive line.
Right. So for you guys, I'll ask you a question. I asked Coach, did you guys grow up on 11-man football, or did you guys grow up on, or when you this was your first time you're playing football when you got to high school?
Well, the first time I ever played football was 3 years ago in 8-man, so I never really grew up playing any football until Coach Spin brought it to SCS, and so I'd say I probably grew up playing 8-man.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I've played some flag football all my life, and then freshman year when 8-man got introduced, that was my first tackle football, so that was good.
I gotcha.
I guess I'll just speak for Noah and I. We're the coach's sons, by the way.
The last name we figured out.
We've grown up playing 11-man football and we've really enjoyed it, and we're excited to see 11-man football come to SCS.
Well, I will tell you this. One of the teams on your schedule are very excited. They said they're excited to see you guys to be a new rival and on their schedule. So that's kind of fun.
It's going to be really good to be playing against the schools that we are already competing with in all the other sports.
Right.
You know, so
Right.
There was a couple 8-man schools that we did see in some other things, but for the most part, you had this is we play in basketball and baseball and volleyball and whatever, and then football was all these schools that no one knew about, and now it'll be kind of one and the same. And I think that'll help build hopefully some really healthy, good rivalries, that where two schools are competing and having fun and working at it.
And scheduling, that was probably having to get the schedule put together. I know it's hard enough as it is. Most of the time they just go to another level.
Yeah.
You got to you had some guys already on that you could call up, but you had to put that schedule together.
Yeah, and it was probably a little harder than I thought.
Mm-hmm.
There was a few schools that I called that I knew kind of, quite frankly, weren't very good, and I was willing to go a little bit further to play some of them, and they were like, I don't think so. I'm thinking to myself, really? Why would you not want to play us?
Right, we're the new
maybe
guys.
the fact that our 8-man record was pretty good and our stats were pretty good, maybe that hurt us there. But generally speaking, it was we don't have to travel real far. We are going to, so we'll open up in Jacksonville, which is a hall. And that's kind of a funny story. Old Plank. They needed a game last year, and so I took it and I said, well, I'm not going there, but you can come here. And they're like, that's fine. We just need a game. And I knew we were going to go 11-man. Well, then they went 11-man, and he called me and he's like, well, we came to you. I'm like, oh, okay.
So he got you on that one.
Which is fine. And, growing up, coaching in Texas, that was, 4-hour trip. We had at least one of those every year. So that was not a big deal to go to Dallas or whatever for us, but a little bit further here.
I always thought, too, or I still think that when you watch a team bond even more so during the season is when they travel.
Yeah.
When you have to travel a certain distance, kind of a 4-hour drive to Jacksonville, sometimes you kind of find out how disciplined your team is.
Yeah.
Because you got to be on time. You got to do this. There's a lot of sometimes there's adversity.
Yeah.
Oh, there's traffic. We're a little late or whatever it may be. And I don't know if you're going to do this, but sometimes teams will travel and stay.
Yeah.
And then or go up the day before and do whatever. So all those things are all new things for the team to kind of grow as a team.
No, and we've kind of talked about I was kind of thinking, man, it'd be really nice if Florida was playing somebody Saturday that was a kind of an easy win for them where we could go get a whole bunch of tickets and come back Saturday and do that or something. But I think they're on the road somewhere. But you're definitely true. I mean, anytime you go as a team and do anything, whether that's just the 7-on-7 in the summer or whatever, that builds that bond. And that's what we've definitely seen. And these guys can attest to that. I mean, when I came, I was prepared to do a lot of things to build culture, and really didn't have to.
Okay.
Because they just have a lot of fun playing with each other. I mean, it's just there's not and everything's been new enough, and there's been that excitement, but we haven't. And now we're good. We're definitely going to have this year. We'll have talented players that don't get the ball as much as they should because there's other talented players, and that's always frustrating for me as a coach when you got hey. Every one of these guys should have 10 or 12 touches, and there's not that many to give out.
Right.
But they don't. There's not a lot of infighting. We don't have any of that. They're excited for each other, and it's fun. It's fun to coach that.
Talk to 6 first-year head coaches, or first year at their place, or first-year coaches. Every one of them started off talking about, like you said, culture, structure, family. Building relationships.
Yeah.
Obviously, you said you didn't have that. It was relatively easy for you.
Yeah.
Do you see that year in, year out with your players? Is it just something that's inherent upon some of the kids you're getting, or is it just maybe the culture you've built and you didn't realize that you built it so well?
Well, I mean, some of it, right? It's still the same kids. Like we haven't really graduated anybody.
Right.
And we will this year, Randall and Carson and a few others that have been with us. So we got 4 guys that have kind of been with us from the very start. I mean, that last game this year, that's going to be tough on me, not just because Carson's my son, but Randall's a great player for us, and there's now a sense of they've been in the program. The seniors last year, we had a couple of good players, but they were still playing it for their first year. So they were in the program for 3 months. These guys have been in it for 3 years.
Right.
So.
And as far as offensive philosophy going to the 11-man ball, does anything change as far as your play calling? Or are you just more blocking scheme stuff, or are you just on the same stuff?
A lot of it will be the same.
Okay.
I mean, a lot of it will be, get the ball to Justin in space, and that's always been part of our game plan. That doesn't change a whole lot. Our passing stuff will be pretty much the same. I think there'll be some uniqueness. Randall really plays more of kind of a hybrid tight end, and 8-man that didn't really exist, but now we're going to have some unique. We got some fun stuff in the run game, and that we can. I think the biggest change really is the run game, because you got more people. You got more blockers. You can do more stuff. 8-man kind of became speed option and toss. Right. We had a version of a trap play. It wasn't really a trap play.
Just change of pace kind of thing.
But that's kind of what it was. So I think there's a lot there, and we'll be. We plan to do a lot of screen game stuff, which we didn't really do in 8-man.
Sure.
We're not going to be massive up front. I've never had a team really that was, to be honest. So and it doesn't really matter. Every coach you talk to, they're not big enough up front. They don't have enough linemen.
Right.
And that's true for Tampa Bay Bucks. So
absolutely.
I think that aspect. But we do have some things. We got smart kids. We got kids that are willing to work hard, that are willing to be unselfish, and so I think that goes well.
So summer workouts just ended. I'm assuming everything's done, guys. I'll ask you. Was it worth it all going through summer? Were the results there? How'd you guys handle summer workouts this year?
I mean, I thought they were good. I feel like I got stronger. I feel like it'll definitely come true in the season, especially the conditioning part.
Yeah.
That's a big toll on how I play and practice.
Well, it's always a big point of contention in Florida because of the heat. Because it's going to be hard. I mean, obviously, do outside, it's hard. But I think if you're not doing it, with everything you've got, it can be a big deterrent for your team too.
Yeah.
I mean, you probably guys have played a team that maybe wasn't as conditioned as you were, and you can see it like in their eyes pretty quickly. I mean, when you're in better condition. So that's what I was asking. I mean, it does. You do see the difference from
definitely.
the conditioning process for sure.
Yeah, I definitely enjoy mostly the relationships we've made along the way. Obviously, we've been getting stronger and better condition, but then showing up every morning with the same guys and lifting with them and being with them was fun.
Yep, and that's what you said about the culture that's built. Yeah. When they enjoy it, then you've got to beat at that point, because that's getting them there, and then they want to be there because now they're, like I said, it was always funny that. You hear people say, "Oh, the conditioning was hard, this and that." And then you see kids that graduate or going to graduate. They're not on the football team anymore. Yeah. And they're the ones out there they're still trying to be – they like the conditioning. They're still doing it. And I think that's one of the things that you take from football isn't just, it's about the wins and losses, but it is about building friendships, building healthy lifestyles and attitudes, and knowing how to work in the classroom and working on the football field. I think all those things, they sound cliche, but they apply.
They really do.
Everything about the sport.
Well, and I'll tell you, and if you came to our practice, you'd probably be surprised at how little football I talk about and how much life. But I'm a firm believer. We want to be transformational in their lives. We want to see what kind of men they're going to become in 20 years. Do I want to win football games? I mean, sometimes people ask me that, and I just laugh. I ask my wife. Yes, we want to win football games. Really? We're not trying to lose. But it's a bigger thing than that. But if you build a team where they love each other, they want to show up because they want to be with their guys, then they want to go out there with their guys. Even if the other guys are better, they still want to be with their guys. That's the team I want to be on. Right. I think that largely is what we have. So, and we've got a few transfer guys, we've got a few guys playing for the first time, and we're gonna always have some of that. But they're kind of coming in and they're like, wow, this is different. Yeah, this isn't what I was used to. I'm looking. They're excited.
Right, I want to be a part of this. Yeah, no doubt. Well, I've been around high school football for a long time, and every year I always say when I get to see something and I say, that's my moment for the year. And it's never about a touchdown. It's never about an interception. It's about some moment in time that I see something that's why high school football is what it is. One time I saw defensive lineman and his buddy was the safety on the team, and the kid was the safety, a little guy, and he was upset. He was crying. Yeah. And he's like, we lost the last game and everything else. And I saw the kid. I'm walking behind him, and he put his arm around him. And he says, don't worry, man. Now we get to be best friends for the rest of our lives.
Yeah.
And to hear that kid say that was like you said. That's what
Yeah.
They just lost, and nobody wants to lose. We understand that. But the idea that's your best friend, and that's going to be your best friend, or whatever it may be, from that football experience it's what everybody should learn, and that's what happens.
And I would venture to say if we ask these guys, and you guys feel free to answer this if you want, like what their favorite memory is of football, athletics in general. Every one of these guys plays 3 sports,
right?
Like so, it's not like we're just a football team; we're an everything team. But
right.
like, I bet if we sat down and said, "Okay, what's your favorite memory?" It probably not going to be something that happened on the field or on the court.
No.
There's going to be aspects of that, and there's going to be cool things, but
it might be the trip to Jacksonville.
It might be, I mean, and so.
No, that's what I always felt about with football at every level. It's what you learn from it, the lessons learned that apply to other things.
Yeah.
Now, are you guys all graduating?
No.
Okay.
Yep.
Plans for after college? What's your plans moving forward? Yeah, well, that's just doing it. That's the fun part. You enjoy it. That's what you want to do. Yeah.
So yeah, right now I'm looking at Hillsdale and Taylor.
Okay.
For college.
Awesome.
So yeah.
After college, I plan on playing baseball.
Okay.
I'm more of a baseball player. Baseball's my number one.
Gotcha.
And I'd like to I'll probably be a catcher in college right now.
Good.
Plan is to probably go like a JUCO and then try and go from there.
Awesome.
From there.
That's good. And again, I'm sure you get a little with the football part of it. I know it doesn't always apply to baseball, but sometimes that work ethic is ingrained in you, and I'm sure it applies a little bit to help you in baseball.
Well, I'll tell you, if you watch Randall, it doesn't matter whether it's football, basketball, or baseball. You're going to see passion, and you're going to see effort, and it's going to elevate the guys around him.
Right.
And it's fun to watch.
Right.
I mean, it really is, and so whatever he chooses to do post high school,
it's going to be with a lot.
he'll attack his job that way. That's just how he is, and it's fun to see.
That's good, and I'm sure, like I said, that's what sports is. Hopefully, it perpetuates it for you, that you can apply that to whatever you do beyond your athletic career, because it is fleeting. That, right?
Yeah.
That's what the kids was like saying, well, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm like, learn how to play golf, because that's what you're going to be doing a lot of. That's the one thing you get to compete to do until you're about 100 years old.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of fun. So, again, looking forward to your schedule. Again, I looked at your schedule. I saw ODA, saw Braden Christian, and I saw St. Stephen's on there. So you're going to have to get to play. And I said you know the situation. I'm sure they're welcoming you with open arms to come in and start playing some football with them.
I think that's going to be good. I mean, that's a really cool 3 games every year. Like we said, we play them in basketball. We play them in other sports.
Yeah.
And, our kids are used to competing, and so we're looking forward to that.
Gotcha.
So
good. Like I said, and any other players that aren't here that maybe you want to shout out a little bit? That might be somebody you want to look at.
Our quarterback is not here. Ben's on vacation, so the Herald Tribune actually put both him and Justin on the quarterback list. We had our number 1 and our number 2. Now the good thing is Justin just as soon be receiver, so that makes it easy. Ben's really. He went to a bunch of camps this summer, had it really throwing the ball well.
Good.
Was
Ben here last year?
He was here last year.
That's right, yes, yeah.
So last year he had the knee injury in the first game, so Justin took about half the snaps on the year. They're very different.
Right.
Justin is the stereotypical dual threat, right? Justin's going to run and he can throw the ball too, but it's very different. Ben's much more of a traditional kind of pro style quarterback, but it definitely it's a nice 1-2. But you'll see Justin. He'll be in the backfield some.
Oh, when you got 2 of them, you got to use both.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
And Ben he keeps harassing me about catching a touchdown pass. So I don't know. No, you can't make everybody happy, right? But we've got we got several young guys that played a lot for us last year, and Danny was our leading tackler. He'll just be a sophomore. We got 3 new kids that have come in that are all sophomores. So we're adding and really in the best way possible. I know we got some schools that have a lot of senior transfers. We're getting a lot of freshman, sophomore transfers, and that's what I want. I want to be in my program. I don't want to. I'm not looking to just.
Especially now you're building an offensive line, a full offensive line. You want those guys to start young so they can get the gist of everything.
Yeah, and it's our line will be young, but I'm pretty excited about it. We've added a couple new coaches, so our coaching staff got every coach back, which I think is always huge.
Yes.
Plus 2 more.
Right.
And that's definitely elevated the game, and so we'll have nobody's kind of doing as much double duty. That always it's hard for kids. It's hard for coaches.
Absolutely.
One position always suffers a little bit when we do that, so I'm excited about that as well.
No, it can be stability as well. I mean, you see some of the teams that are sort of in the area that are having success. There's been some stability involved with that,
yeah.
And I think that helps out quite a bit because again, the kids know that know what to expect, and they know they can. There's a lot of trust involved with that too. It helps out.
Yeah, I think if you could pinpoint one thing to make a high school athletic program excellent, it would be stability of coaches.
Yeah.
I would take an average coach that's committed and loves the school and is going to be there for 10 years over a great coach that's going to be there 2.5 or something. It's just that year over year, kids, there's expectations. They're looking forward to stuff. You can build on things. It's not you're not just okay. Well, now we're okay. Well, this is the offense this year. I mean, I feel for kids. I mean, I've run into kids like, I've played 4 years of high school football and had 4 different head coaches.
And that's the part I was going to say. Unfortunately, it's how it works. There's sort of this rush to get to a point of where you're winning or whatever. No, there's a process to all this. You have to put some things together to put that. I mean, I call it the basketball mentality, or you see a lot of an NBA very popular. Obviously, you see a coach gets hired and he's fired after 14 games.
Yeah.
How does that work? I get something's not a fit, but it seems like it's the norm to run through coaches as opposed to saying, hey, no, we're going to commit to this process and let's get some stability in there.
Yeah, and I think it makes it where people don't want to enter the profession. I've heard it said about coaching. A buddy of mine he's a major college football coach, but he's moved around sometimes because he wanted to move, sometimes because he didn't. But he said he's always jokingly it's a great job, terrible profession. And I get it. It is a great job, but it's gotten to be where it almost looks like every year you're starting over. Okay, here's where I'm at this year, and then where you're going to be.
It's tough. All right, so guys, one more question for you. So you're a baseball guy. We know that. Favorite sport? 3-sport guy? You football your sport or what's football? For you, long snapping football, is that?
Yeah, football is probably my favorite sport.
And you?
Football.
Okay, so 3 footballs and a baseball. You're all right. You're good at all of them.
Yeah, so it's gotten to be where our boys basketball team. So all 4 of these guys be on our varsity basketball team, and so it's Kevin kind of gets frustrated, but he's like, well, when you guys get done, we'll start. And,
well, isn't that a lot of the basketball they have to wait for football season?
Well, and I tell you, it's tough down here. If I could change anything, I would change some of the scheduling that we get, where I feel like basketball gets the short end down here big time, and I don't really know why.
And I think that sort of was, how the whole Friday Night Lights thing with football down here. It just becomes the priority.
Yeah.
And everybody says you have to just wait till that guy, and you see it a lot. I mean, you see that there's football definitely affects basketball.
Well, and you don't have. So I grew up in Illinois. Well, winter comes, football can't go as long as it can down in the South. That's
what it is.
You're done before Thanksgiving because it's freezing cold, and of course basketball is a bigger deal, but it's really more weather driven, and unfortunately here, right? And then baseball's big too. So the minute it's
basketball gets this little tiny squeeze,
it really does,
right?
and that's unfortunate. And we can't fix that, but
no. And you're right though about the season being longer. My son-in-law is a coach out in Colorado, and he's like, "When are you guys going to get done?" Yeah. Like we were done a long time ago, and I'm like, "Oh, we got to go to whatever it goes to, and that's how it is." So yeah, I think that's a major issue, and I think it's why you see that Florida in particular doesn't have the high. I mean, you got the Mount Verdes and all that, whatever, but you don't have the consistency of the public school or even private school basketball teams that you see it's in Indiana, Illinois, Ohio, that kind of stuff. So
that's definitely true.
But for that's the weather working the opposite way. Instead of working for you, it works against you because you're an indoor sport. So that's kind of how it works. Well, guys, I appreciate you making the drive down here. I know you had a busy day today, so this is a full day of pop stroke and all kinds of good stuff. So you guys had a great day today. We do appreciate coming back here. We're going to be watching you guys. It's definitely a story that I think we're going to keep our eye on here to see how you guys are going along and take a look at what you guys are progressing in your first year at 11-man football.
Thank you.
No doubt. Guys, thanks again. Coach, thank you again. And thank you for everybody out here. This concludes our Suncoast Gridiron Media Day. We appreciate everybody who watched today, and hopefully we'll see you soon and see you out there on Friday nights or Saturday mornings, whatever it is for you guys. See you soon. Thanks a lot.